Hey, morning, everybody. Morning, Kim. Fish video. There we go. Yeah, I don't even know how many people are going to show up, Kim. I was actually going to do this earlier. Just let me throw that thing up. Let's see. Morning, Mayor. I will check it out, though, Kim. Sorry, I can't do it right now. If I do it on this tablet, I think it kicks me out if I go out. And I don't know. I don't even really know why I did this. Why did I do this? I was going to work on my ramp. Hey, morning, Tony. Morning, Chef. Huckleberry. It's like there's two opening pages because I already gave you a thumbs up. I had to back out of that one and come over. Hey, morning, Nikki. Yeah, I just figured that. Oh, I don't know. We're just going to sit here for a little while. I got yard work to do and potatoes to peel. Hey, there you go. I guess. Well, hopefully everybody had a good day yesterday. So after my little rant deal, then I decided, well, my wife did this pool deal and had the kids come help me get up to the little community pool we got at the entrance. And it was fun, but boy, paid the price on that one, son. So it was that was a lesson learned. It was kind of like the hot tub thing. You always hear you should only do it for a few. Well, should have just done it for a few. Hey, morning, TJ. Just finished my oatmeal. There you go. Get you some protein. There you go, Kim. If you get done early, you can go fishing. Hey, Blackwatch. Nope, that timed out. Hey, what's up, Backwoods? Morning, buddy. How'd your mowing go yesterday? Did you get that one knocked out? Morning, Miss Tina. Morning, Ross. Yeah, today my goal is Let me see. Get this bam here. Is the ramp right there, that second block, and getting those leveled and getting that leg set up. So that's on the agenda. Got 6 done, 2 in the rain. Oh, look at you. Get you some. Kim, my cat Cream Puff is curled up on my lap sleeping. That's not good. He thinks we're going to sit here all day. Nope, nope, and nope. Hey, if he had his way. That's good, though. 6 done backwards. You be hitting a lick. Yeah, I was going to get started earlier, but shit, sunrise isn't even until like 10 minutes to 7. And I was dragging. I'm still dragging. If I don't make myself do it. Just got to do it. Billy is an overachiever. What's up, Yankee Watchdog? Hey, man, 6 done. That was pretty good. Tina, I haven't been up long. Rough night. I hear you. Yeah, I stayed up later than I planned, but hey, I had fun. I was over there on Steve Harlow's. Yeah, I don't know how you say that. Over on Steve's. Had a pop-up shower on one property, kept mowing, was almost done, and had a lightning strike so close I could hear the crack of it. Holy shiznit, Duckett. Be getting charged up, huh? Are you getting just a little bit too into this new green deal? You're just going to try to charge yourself up? Hey, what's up, Grumpy? What's up, all you dangers to democracy? I know. Man, oh man, crazy times. And I gotta say, I've heard a few things these past few days, and I'm like, holy moly, man, really? I gotta say, there's some out there thoughts, buddy. Got in the trailer with Queen. Hey, what's up, Benjamin? I got a topic. I noticed it yesterday when I had to go to town. Let's just call them displaced people. Whole family standing on the street corner playing beautiful music. Homeless stuff. Well, yeah, but see, that's been promoted as like a cool way of life, Kim, and it's just That's what's sad. What's up, David? Mr. David Devine. You know, and actually, I know down here in Texas, most of the towns here, actually from the old days, from back at the start, it's actually called vagrancy. And so they used to run them out. But you don't do that no more now. It's sensitive and you don't want to hurt nobody's feelings. You don't want to have to just tell a dude, hey, you know what? Why don't you get up off your ass and get a job and do something and provide for your family instead? It's like, oh man, peace, love. Why can't we all just get along? Well, I don't know, because you're a lazy ass. There you go. You got to meet a person at least halfway. Instead, we got a bunch of, sorry, I'll get on that tirade. I'll drop this shit quick. Boom. Be like, what? Maybe the whole storm discharged in one shot. Oh, there you go. Hey, a quick question. Can y'all hear the music in the background? Which, I mean, they'll gig me or whatever anyway. Hey, morning, Terry. Slightly. Okay. There was a time, way back, man, this is when I was first doing this. I didn't realize it, but I had the damn radio on, man. And all of a sudden I get some little foo-ha-ha bullshit from YouTube. And I'm like, what are you even talking about? That was before I even played any music. I just happened to have the radio playing. And so they give you that clip. I had to go back and listen to it. And I'm like, wait a minute. Replayed that a couple of times and realized that in the very background, you could hear a song playing off the radio. And that's what they were chastising me about. By the way, this is National Preparedness Month. And I'm not trying to make fun of things like that, so please don't take it that way. I just, shit, man, I thought that was live. What's up, Buffer? We're probably neighbors, Tina. I'm down here just north of Evansville. Oh, there's some good jam. What's up, Joe? Well, cool, man. Get all this many people up in here. I'm gonna have to go ahead and get started. Ooh, that sun's shining right over. Hey, morning, Amy. Thought it was soup timber. Yeah, well, it is. It's soup timber for Sister Marie. She says it's soup timber. She's making soup all month. But no, apparently, I guess it's some National Preparedness Month. I don't know. I saw a few things come up that way. And I was like, well, that's weird. Okay. Thought it was just called living in the country. Because you don't know what's around the corner. Be able to tend to your shit. Hey, morning, Mrs. Hutch. Hey, I heard something. Was it hopefully the hand thing and everything is going good. So hopefully good vibes, Mrs. Hutch. Good vibes. Thoughts and prayers, man. Right there, it was hot, humid. Y'all bear with me for a cup of coffee or two, and then I guess I don't know if I ought to. I don't even know. I guess I could ask a couple people to see if they want to come up and do the sidekick thing type thing or whatever while I'm tinkering, or I don't know. I don't even know why I really go live, to be honest. I just think, well, I guess there was people that wanted to kind of see how that goes, so I guess I will. I don't really know. I feel like I'm in elementary school when it comes to that whole thing. What's up, Kush? Blessings in Jesus, Brother Rescue. Right on, Kush. Blessings to you, sir. Hey, Kiss Off. How are you? I gotta have. Oh wow, that jumped. I gotta have my coffee or I turn ugly. Well, Tina, I don't know about churning. I kind of just start up there that way. I just kind of buffer with the coffee, so I slow down the roll. Buffering, you make people happy. Well, sure, buffer. I haven't. I mean, I make light of that. I'm sorry. I don't mean to. Psalms 139. Thank you, Father God, for creating us fearfully and wonderful. Amen, Kush. Kiss off, missed you. Yeah, I gotta say, I don't know if that's good or bad, to be honest. I don't know. Maybe I'm just so antisocial that then this becomes my social environment because y'all are my friends. That's the way I kind of see it. You haven't given me a reason not to. And thank you, Buffer. And I enjoy y'all's company. Good conversation. Terry, I thought about that very thing. It's like, I got to say, if anything really kind of makes me go, oh, shit, it will be because I don't know anywhere around here that's popping off some coffee beans left and right. So it's like, well, shiznit. So that's the one thing. But I've been without it before. Won't be the last time. What's up, Joe? You got your brother. Hey, Shift, is that Kim's fish video? Kim had a fish video up. Morning, Eric. I'm praying my phone appointment with my attorney at 11 today as well. Oh, well, yeah, Tina, me too. So I got a question for you. Just kind of, so the things that have kind of gone down in our little near past here, with like the leaving of Afghanistan and the way the whole coup thing and just a series of things. Do you really, I mean, okay, I don't know. Trying not to offend nobody, I mean, because I'm not intentionally trying to make nobody mad, but I mean, when shit happens, it just happens. Hell, I can help with some, but I can't save it all. I don't know, man. I keep hearing this weird, I say weird, so I'm not trying to insult nobody, but it's really strange and weird to me. But this whole white hat thing and how the military is in control, and it's kind of like, man, do you really think that like million people would have died and there would be like, we would be leaving major threat problems overseas or something, you know? And it's just, you sit there and you go, oh yeah, military's on it. You know, military's got it. They've got it. And it's like, I'm sorry. So have you lost sight of what all's happened? We've kind of like laid a shitload of weapons at the feet of people that really despise us. We've proceeded to do a whole story that's cost like over 1 million people their lives. Businesses have closed. People have lost their house. It just, and yet, oh, they're still waiting for the magical period at the end of the sentence so that then we can save the day. And I gotta say, man, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm all for, hey, positivity, you know, push forward. But this whole, it's like, at what point do you realize? See if I can block that sun just a little. There we go. Then I can see shit. That shit's starting to get clear. But it's like, man, see, but Kissoff, that's, he was actually one of the guys that I heard, and I'm just like, so people think Orange Man is still in charge, and there's this layer of government that none of this is really happening. And it's like, do you know, people are really not breathing anymore? I mean, that shit's for real. You know, people are freaking homeless and their businesses are shut down, and that's for reals. There's people steadily coming across the open border, and that shit's for reals. And so it's like, man, so I'm, you know, like I said, I ain't trying to insult nobody because I get it. Everybody got their thought process and they view and absorb. But I just, man, sometimes that shit's so intense. And then I kind of looked the dude up, that particular dude. And it's like, damn, what is this? So a few years back, you're trying to hit it off as a singer. And now all of a sudden you got all the details. You've connected all the dots. When, I mean, personally, I know a few, I guess you could call them millionaires. They own businesses, major businesses. And it's amazing because they're not even quite sure what all's happening right now. And, you know, it just, I don't, so you kind of go, and man, and in the way that they talk, so nobody, you're not even encouraged to look stuff up. It's just, listen to me. And it's like, wait a minute, what? Man, show me a bill. Show me show me this, you know, how this is playing, not just a copy and paste. And I'm sorry, I haven't even saw chat. So, hey, man, you know, if there was anything bad, you'll have to repeat it because I missed it the first time. Right, buffering. That's kind of the way I feel. I mean, I don't get me wrong. I mean, I kind of looked up some stuff, and he was doing some little music stuff. But then it's like, and I got to say, I'm not really a big fan of the vet talk. You know, I mean, I don't. But people earn that shit, in my opinion. That's why I don't ever claim it. I can tell you now, the lead and the bullet hole through my leg, it wasn't from being deployed nowhere. It was because I was acting stupid, running with some pretty wild shit. And so he does that, you know, and oh, this circle on me and this circle, these people have been with me. And it's like, really? And then I love the ones that have been, you know, for the last couple of years. And it's like, so then you've known that like next month, more people might not breathe anymore or not exist. Or so you, I mean, I don't know, man. God, I pray that everybody can just, got to find your center, man. Got to get the moral compass back. This isn't a hard thing to do. You live life. You know what, my neighbor does whatever my neighbor wants to do. And as long as it doesn't intrude on me or affect my family or me, or violate the law, so was hurting somebody else or something, then I don't give a shit. And it's like going to work. Well, you know, that used to be a good thing. That was a happy thing. Shit, I would gladly trade right now. I'll trade spots with anybody if I could in a heartbeat. Hell, I'll go clean out septic tanks and shit. I'd actually do the proverbial shitty job to keep from sitting all this time. So, but see, and I will say, well, I see TJ said he has links. I know, but see, you got to watch the links, man. See the links, because it's just the internet. I mean, I got a server in there, and I could dress that bad boy up, and you could think I could actually go in there and make you think you're on Amazon. To be honest, I mean, it's just coding, so it's not. I'll follow where that document goes. See, it's kind of like if I showed you a copy of some bill that said that he's fixing to push the button. Here it all comes. Oh my God, look, I got it. Here's the thing. And if you actually looked and tracked the document and found that it actually was off of the Babylon B site, then all of a sudden you'd go, oh, I see what Rescue was trying to do there. And that's kind of how I kind of take a lot of this stuff. And it's like, I love the one, I think I heard him, he was talking with somebody, and it was about how the Flynn brother is still over the Pacific. And see, that just shows you, he wouldn't, if he was really in control, he wouldn't have let Flynn's brother still be over the Flynn. It's like, what, dude, what? Oh my God. They really think it's, I guess, like a neighborhood thing. Like, you know, they just, I don't know. What's up, Bug Out? And so I'm sorry, you know, like I said, I ain't trying to offend nobody. I mean, I just think I think it's horseshit. I'm just not insulting anybody by my thinking it's horseshit. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't know. Maybe I'm dancing on the line too much. Who knows? Being nice and shit's still kind of new. I did it for my family because it was my family. You just got to do what you got to do. But I mean, think about it. I mean, okay, erase all this bullshit that you get told over and over again, all this stuff. And don't get me wrong, I get it, man. You know, conspiracy, hell, give it 6 months and it's truth, because that's we're in the world we're in. But if you erase all this bullshit, you know, we established something with this country. Now you can get lost and sidetracked and all these little stories about this, that, and the other and stuff. But in all honesty, it was a drive, it was a focus, and it was backbone, dude. It was straight up fortitude. It was called reach down, pull up your little bootstraps, go out here. Can you imagine that shit? And I guess I guess I'm anal, and I'm really anal sitting here because, well, I won't even insult the people that founded this country, but you know, it's little things. It's like here, I remember this place was nothing but woods. So it was just trees and underbrush and shit, literally parked out on the road, half off the road, trailer, all unlevel and shit. And for the first 3 months, every weekend came up, stayed there, lived, shacked out at night so mosquitoes didn't eat you up. And then would get out machetes and axes and literally clear all the underbrush, you know, and you clean your stuff all out. And you step back and you're kind of going, oh, wow. And then you start selecting trees and you're like, okay, let's clear these out. Okay, good. Now those are gone. Now you grind some stumps up. And so as you do this, it's just clearing out. And then you got this house that forms up. And then you know, I raised my kids here. You know, I look around and it's like, yeah, my kids were lapping on four-wheelers right there. Well, see, I think I'm coming to realize, I wonder if that's the disconnect that people have with an anchor spot. Like when they look around them, they don't see anything. They didn't put in anything. They show up and write a check and they buy this and they go, yep, I got a cool house. Yeah, but you really don't invest nothing. Well, by not investing anything, you got no skin in the game. So you start losing sight of the game. Yeah, I'm sorry, hell, I go off on a tangent. I blame it on buffering. Buffering said just let it out. And there was somehow that was the valve. Because it's, man, this just is not complicated and so much off the wall shit is out there, all truthful shit out there. There's just so much. But to start the solution, you got to gather together. So it's like at some point you have to have some kind of focal point on that moral compass to go, okay, you know, you like shorts, I like long pants, you like tennis shoes, I like boots. Hey, you do a ball cap, I do a cowboy hat. Oh, you listen to this, I listen to, who gives a shit? Hey, do we like freedom? Do we like our rights? You know, I know. Why don't we just here, hold my beer, you know? And instead, it's like, I don't know, man. It's like about the time you start to kind of have a cohesiveness going, somebody throws like a rock or something into the little pond of tranquility, and out go the ripples. And the next thing you know, everybody's out riding a wave somewhere. And it's like, me. Because, dude, what is it, like 60 days or something? I think we're down to about 60 days or something. I don't know, November. And it's just like that. See, why is it that every time you mention that and the importance of that, you never get a response of going, yeah. Instead, it's like, it don't matter. That. And it's like, well, wait a minute. Why does everything got to be negative? Why can't you put that foot forward? Yeah, this is one solid ass wall, but you know what? You push hard enough, you either tip the wall over or you just push through it. It's like I think I said that one time. I used to be in my younger years more nimble, so I bounced and hopped over shit, and I was more adaptive. I got older, man. I just said to hell with it. If I run into the object, you either move it out of your way or just go through it. Well, it's people. Come on, man. Focus on your local shit. Here's the ironic thing. I would like to ask all these people that know all this stuff and how this is, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. And it's like, really? So what's the school board condition in your area? What's the schools like in your area? Since, I mean, my God, everything all the way up in the federal level. Surely you done got your own backyard squared away, right? I mean, shit, if we're going to be righteous, you got to be righteous. You got to start with your own backyard. Oh, wait, no, wait. Oh, well. And then here comes that deep subject of, well. No. Sorry, I'm ranting. There you go, Eric. I like boobs. See? And Money says boobs are nice. Because it's just like, I don't know. You get so frustrated. Because things are not complicated. They're being made to look complicated. Solution is pretty easy. There is a focal point, you know. And the minute you start to kind of go there, it's like, oh, but look at that over there and look at that over there. And it's like, wait, no, man. Hey, good morning, Indy. Morning, Milky. Morning, Money. Morning, everybody in chat. I'm sorry, I just drinking coffee got started. I don't know. Got a soapbox. Hey, I know where is it. Let me see if I can. Throw some of these things here out. And then I'll try to get caught up on chat. I'm sorry. Hey, John. Man, I miss so many people. Oh, yeah. Did I tell you I cracked my phone again? So the second time, yeah, I think I did. I don't know. Got drain damage. Shit happens. And I wasn't trying to, we don't want to start this day off all in the shits. I can say that because hell, we're already in the shits. But I don't know. Oh, damn it. Look at there. Man, I ain't listened to Pandora in so long. Oh, shiznit. There we go. Heard that. I thought the same. Yeah, we had a good little time too last night on Steve's. Had David and Monty. Had Ronnie. Was trying to help Ronnie get up to some subs. We did a few little raffles. I got to get those. I'll try to get those mailed out this afternoon. Well, you know, it's just kiss off a poking. I see. You just got look at all the effort that people put in to like that directive. Like I don't know. All the focus when you kind of wonder, and it's like, well, wait a minute, people don't. I mean, when you listen to what's going on around, you know, did you hear that shit about the Memphis lately? You know, I mean, Memphis, man, they really have spun up out of control. The violence. Well, you just hear of these places. Well, then you realize that see, that's that fabric of society. Well, if we've got to. Hey, look at there. There's Milky. I think I got that right.
Hello, you.
Hey, ma'am, how are you?
I'm doing all right. I probably can't stay too long just because I got a lot of stuff to do today. You doing good though?
Yeah, I'm pretty good. I figured I'd try to be active today, although I gotta say, I don't really feel it, but I try to just tell myself that facts don't care about your feelings. So,
Okay. What you mean about doing stuff?
yeah, I need to get that ramp stabilized, and then I need to focus on my plumbing because winter's coming, and so it's like shit don't fix itself.
Mm-hmm. And this time you're going to get back up, right?
Yeah.
Good. Otherwise, Nikki and I are going to team up and kick your ass.
Well, Nikki, okay, I'll have to watch my cameras because she's close enough. Yeah, you got to drive. I'm not. I got a buffer zone, so.
Mm-hmm. You're so grateful.
And yeah, buffer in Memphis has always been shady, but see, not really always. You ought to look up the history of Memphis. I gotta say, I didn't really catch it until I just happened to catch a little blip of Tucker doing one of his things. I don't even have the TV thing. It's usually through some little news clip or something is how I'll hear these people, and then I go look it up. But he was talking about Memphis and that lady, the jogger that got killed, and
I heard about that.
He mentioned how Memphis used to be, and I was like, well, you go look, and it's like, oh yeah, it's like Chicago, man. If you go read the history on Chicago, and at one point it was a fancy dancy place. It was like the place to be kind of thing, and it just kind of went to the shits.
Mm-hmm.
Wait till the blue cities burn.
Just put some balls up.
Milkmaid, he will get back up after he wipes. That there you go. See, Hans gets it.
Mm-hmm. Probably the same kind of thing.
Don't you always get back up?
Well, yeah.
There you go. So you got back up
Using
too.
your noggin is cool.
Hell yeah, that's the hardest part of my body. I laugh. Somebody tags me in the head. Like, dude, I've been whacked in the head by Louisville. Now, granted, I saw stars. It wasn't like I just nothing, but didn't knock me out. I don't know. Somehow drinking that milk and eating that red beef and potatoes as a young man made my bones nice and thick.
Yeah. Your skull too?
That's it. Milk does the body good.
It sure does. Yep.
It's about living, not comparing material crap. I know, right, Kim? See, that's what's weird, because you kind of look at all the stuff. Well, that's kind of really what you kind of get trained into. It's like some kind of competitive dance. It's like a lawn chair. You know, you got a lawn chair out there, but yet somehow there's always a color, a shape, a tone, effect, and it's to chase the next thing and then to tell you how this one's better than that one. And it's like, don't you just need to sit your ass down? I mean, how much do you see of the chair when your ass is plopped in it? Not much. But if you don't worry about just taking a rest, if you need this to look good, all of a sudden your focus gets shifted into the cosmetic, the status quo. And the hell with that. Get out here and, I mean, chop down a freaking tree, make a log, spike the damn thing together, make a wall. I'm sorry, go ahead, Milky.
I'd like to see people like try to outcompete each other on how much they can get done. That's inspiring.
Right.
Hey, man.
I love it, Benjamin. Chicago was nice, but then I moved away. If he had only stayed.
Right? Single-handedly saved the place.
Well, this is true, Grumpy. Ma'am?
Is it hot there today?
No, ma'am. Not yet.
Hmm?
It is, let's see. Refresh. Hey, we're at 75 degrees.
It's already muggy as heck out here.
Where is my mud? Oh, shit. Oh, here it is. It's going to get up to in the 90s, but and a chance of rain this afternoon.
Well, yesterday I was so relieved because I was getting stuff done in the house, and I was like, crap, I need to go water my seedlings. I'd kind of ignored them over the last couple of days, which I shouldn't have, but I had my hands full. And then it started raining, and I was like, thank God. Didn't have to do it. Plus, they like the rain better. There's something magical about rainwater.
Did you get your barn things squared away?
I still have to finish the wiring up to the barn, because I figured it out. Rescue. You know how we thought it was all funky back and forth?
Yep.
Well, when I electrocuted my husband, we found out that was the wire that was actually running up to the barn. So that one I'm going to repair and then get that all set up so my barn lights and my fence charger are all good, because I've been having to use the backup solar and then get it all back filled in.
So he got that for a good purpose.
Right, exactly. It was for the cause.
Yeah, sometimes you got to take one for the team.
Mm-hmm. I did feel kind of bad.
In a very small, minute way.
Yeah, I actually laughed. So that probably
more sarcastically funny, huh? Yeah, you know.
No, we have this thing like if it's a serious injury, fine. But if it's just a small one, it's kind of funny.
Well, yeah, you know that's not gonna like stop things. So, yeah, it's kind of like the buzzer rings back in the day.
That saying, it's all fun and games until somebody gets hurt, and then it's just freaking
It's
hilarious.
all shits and giggles until somebody giggles and shits.
Yeah, that one too, I guess.
That's it. Damn, Kim's got an 8-minute lag there.
Uh-oh. Hit 2x, then we sound like chipmunks.
Oh, dang, Terry.
Sorry.
Oh, I was just, Terry said I got all my carpets clean for winter. My body feels it today. I bet.
You're farther ahead than me. I'm happy if I can keep up on the dusting.
That's why I love hardwood floors. A dust mop and a hardwood floor. Bam, done.
Mm-hmm.
People go, oh, but it's so cold. I go, well, why don't you just put shoes on? Me, I got some awesome slippers.
Oh man, when we were looking into alternative housing, there's this thing where you can do heat inside the floor, and that's your heating system. Radiant heat, I think it's called, or radiant flooring. That was cool. Nikki, occasionally, every couple months.
Hell, that's an evil 4-letter word around here. I've been working on that for a long time.
Well, it's one of those things like you just don't always think about unless you're really put together, which I'm not.
Unless you're really put together. Are you saying there's a difference between the glued together ones and then the snap togethers?
Probably.
Hey, morning, Nancy. I want to change all the carpet in my double wide to something easier to clean. Tongue and groove.
Heck yeah. And they have like the the fall stuff too.
Now say it again.
They have like the am I breaking up?
No, I think my music was
Well, they
too
have
loud.
the false wood flooring. That's a little bit cheaper.
Oh yeah. Well, I'll tell you, you can. It's an insulation layer. It's a sound layer. Uh, it's. I don't know. There's something to be said about hardwood floors.
Oh, I love them.
We built the country on them at first. I mean, didn't just come over here and start pouring Portland cement right out the gate. So
I mean, it shows dirt pretty easily, but when they're clean, they're clean.
yep.
Whereas with like the vacuum with the carpets and stuff like that, it's really hard. Like if you've ever pulled up carpet before, it's freaking gross underneath. Like even if you've been good at vacuuming, unless you do the Martha Stewart kind of go over the same spot 7 freaking times with a super expensive vacuum, if you pull up carpet, underneath is just gross.
Well, that's see, it's in a way, it's like so a hardwood floor because you kind of always got to clean that. I mean, it just becomes obvious. So you owe it. Well, then we slowly dumbed ourselves down because then we just apply carpet on it and we say, this is comfortable, but it does. Think about all the stuff that it covers up. That you don't sweep every other day. You don't
Right.
bang your feet so well and you just
Every other day I have to do it like all the freaking time. And I would love to get one of those like little, robot vacuum cleaners, which I know mapping houses and stuff, but
the Roomba.
oh yeah. Well, number one, they're kind of pricey and I'm not sure it's worth it. Number two, my house is old and has different levels, I guess. So it's not just one level.
Yeah, kind of staircased.
Mm-hmm. Nikki.
Well, see, that's what I always liked about the dust mop heads, and because you can just run through it and you just kind of and it's done, and you can kind of maintain it.
Right.
But carpet seems handy, but I gotta say, yeah, after you pull up carpet and you see what really lies underneath, you go, yeah, I'm more partial to hardwood floors.
Yeah, me too. Especially the old ones. I have a thing for the old ones. Mine is like really old and it's got, some bug damage in some places and dents here and there, which a lot of people don't like, but for me, it's character. Pain in the ass to sweep, yeah.
Hey, Milky, I'll be right back. Give me 2 minutes. I'm going to put him in the house.
Okay. I'll just hang out and chat. An outside wood stove, Tina? Is that like a cooking stove? I wonder. Mickey. Now, if I were a little kid and there was a Roomba, I'd be trying to ride that thing. Hate the Roomba. My living room and kitchen floor laminate strips, hardwood floor look easy to clean. Yeah, that's what my mom ended up doing. She's really particular about her floors. So, you know, they are easy to clean. But getting them wet is a problem. Well, same with hardwood floors. Should I be it well? Oh. Oh, am I too quiet, Monty? Well, see, I'm not good at this. He just leaves me to talk. Now I'm getting texts. Oh, okay. Gotcha, Tina. Oh, so it's like, oh shoot, what are they called? I'm drawing a blank. Oh, okay. I'll try to talk up. Yes. Boiler. Thank you, Yankee. I'm not trying to mumble. I'm right next to the mic. Y'all just making fun of me? No, Nikki wouldn't make fun of me. She would tell me for real. I can't help it. I did, not get a lot of sleep last night.
What's up, Bug Out?
Hey, what's up, man?
Oh, I didn't even see you come in.
He was back there whenever I just came back. See. What that just somebody was asking something. Amy posting everything. Yeah, Amy, that's fine.
Which Amy? Amy Robars or whatever?
Yep.
Oh, she's nothing but trouble. You should boot her off of the whole interwebs.
Right? Do I really mumble?
No.
Okay.
All right, John, don't work too hard, brother.
Sometimes it sounds like your mic or your distance to your phone. You're right at that level where some of the vowels don't push through all the way. That's probably what they're talking about. It's not happening right now, though, and not that I can detect.
Good. Oh, I feel bad. Hey, Moose.
I know I need to turn her up a little bit.
Is your background music going or no?
No, not now.
Ah, gotcha.
I had Pandora just playing on the speaker outside, but then I was having a hard time hearing you, so I turned it off. But then I just turned your mic up, so now you're coming through better.
Okay, good. So it's your fault.
No, it's yours. I had to go in, and luckily it gives me the option to edit your mic settings. Notice that word, your mic settings.
Left me here by myself.
Oh.
My mic down.
Well, actually, ma'am, I asked you if I could. So I didn't just leave you. I actually asked, but
Right.
Oh, I see. You're gonna bring in backup. I see. So I see how this is going.
What do
Hey,
you
Miss
mean
Nikki.
back up?
Hey.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just figured I'd give this a shot. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But I'm outside, gonna start clearing out some old stuff from the garden. But I figured I could talk and hang out with y'all while I'm doing this. Maybe we'll see if it works.
There you go. Hey, Moose Man.
God, this cat is driving me nuts.
So how things been going down there in your neck of the woods, Bug Out?
I mean, I'm saying I've been busy, but I've had a series of small kind of like distractions all lined up in a row to make me feel as if I'm busy when really it's probably not that. It's something else, you know. But my time has been consumed. Let's put it that way. That's a better way to describe it. Like I had to shoot for the state yesterday, so I had to like go and take a test and shoot at the range and do a bunch of that shit. And that kind of kills the day. And I didn't have anything else lined up for the rest of the day, but then I started finding things that needed to be done, you know.
There you go.
Well, that's never a bad thing, though.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's some people came over. One of the guys who like was really like involved in this whole mag concept that I had over here. He came over on a like Monday, yeah, and he was like really into this concept, and then some bizarre stuff happened with him, like he split up with his wife and got with a former coworker of his, and then they moved out, and like needless to say, like the guy just dropped completely off of the radar, you know. And I was calling him, going like, hey, man, we got to hang out and catch up. We hung out a couple times, but it was so much work trying to corral this guy that I just sort of gave up on him, you know. And then out of the blue, he calls me and says, hey, man, we should hang out. And then I was like, well, I'm not going over there. And there's a reason. He's got some stuff going on over at his place, you know. And I was like, well, y'all can come over here, especially because, you know, like, my mom is in Montana right now. She's not even here, you know? So, and the other house where the pool is, I was like, man, we'd have her whole house to ourselves if you guys came over. It'd be perfect, you know? Well, it was perfect. So I got all shit-faced and like we got drunk and swam in the pool, and like these last 2 days, I felt like I got hit by a bus because I can't do that anymore, you know?
Well, you did.
I really can't.
You did.
Well, I did, but then the next 2 days I'm doing things that involve like being out in the sun and doing shit. And you're
no.
like, is this a heat stroke I'm feeling, or am I just old and dying? Like, which one is it? I don't know.
No, you're not that spoiled, are you?
I can completely relate to that feeling. Good Lord. Hang out with the family for like one day and an evening, and the next 2 days you have to recover. Holy crap.
Yeah, and that's what I'm kind of on the tail end of right now.
Yeah.
Well, I will say
like
the pool will
shit.
kick your ass. A pool can kick your ass, so I give you that actually.
Well, that and the sun. And we are 50. Well, I'm 50, so and you're right there.
Yeah.
The sun isn't. The sun, that's that's an excuse.
No. Well, no.
Yeah.
No, you combine sun and beer, man.
Yeah.
Like I did
Game
that one
over.
day. Whew, that was bad.
Well,
Game
see,
over.
and where I work now, I'm on the day shift. I'm having this weird torturous event where like I'm in a cold icebox air conditioned room for like 45 minutes to an hour, and then for 30 minutes I'm standing outside in like 100 and something degree heat, and it's like an accordion, you know, and my body's like, dude, which one is it, you know? And
see, I can't do that shit. That's how some of them guys were, man. They would all be, the minute they could come down or hit on the ground, they'd haul ass to that cab because they'd have that thing blasting on full in there, and it's like, what are you doing, man? It's like,
Cool.
just suck it up. You walked out the front door, you're getting paid to work. Just shut up and go to work. When you're off, then you go get in the AC and you can kind of go chill mode. But all that, because that shit doesn't seem to be doing nothing but make your ass sick to me.
Well, yeah,
Hot, cold, hot, cold.
So my
and-
little oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say in Iraq, like at the FOBs and stuff, they were having issues with like people being in the AC and then coming out into the intense heat and then going back in.
AC. Let me tell you an Iraq story. Okay. The first time I went to Iraq, the only place that had AC was where they kept the dead bodies. And I would pay the motherfucker to let me go in there and chill and like cool down.
Gross.
I just be sitting in there with all the stiffs that got all blown up. And I'm just like, sorry, guys, I got to do it, man. Got to do it.
Oh, so you had a chance to actually stop all the future votes, but you didn't tell them to just stay down. I see.
Yeah, I still remember that shit, man. I was like, if there was another way, I would do it, you know, because I'm pretty good at finding a way, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I was
but
like-
didn't they have people getting pneumonia from that?
From being dead, there's probably worse shit that happens to you.
No, you know what I mean.
Probably the least of your worries at that point, you know. I mean,
Thinking of secondary infection is the least of your worries. I don't know.
it's like, you know, and while I was thinking about it in there, I should have just stuck cigarettes in all their mouths. Like, go ahead, man. It's not gonna fucking do anything to you now, you know.
Like Weekend at Bernie's or some shit.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I got that. It's funny. My mom hasn't smoked since probably, 1990, right? And we were talking about this whole shit hit the fan thing, and I was going like, well, if shit fucking gets crazy, I'm gonna have to do this and this, and I gotta build a wall here, and I gotta do that, and I gotta do that. And she was like, fuck it, if it happens, I'm smoking a cigarette. And I was like, that's your plan? She was like, that's my plan.
I mean,
I was like, well, good thing I'm here. You know, you smoke and I'll do all the other shit. Okay, sounds like a.
well, you could
Pretty
combine
sure
the
your
two.
mom and I could be friends. Just saying.
You know who my mom reminds me of a little bit? Did you ever watch the show Absolutely Fabulous?
No.
Oh,
No.
all right. Never mind
You'll
then.
have to send some clips.
Yep.
I can send you some clips, but it's a show about two. And my mom is older than this now, but like when she was at that age, she reminds me of those characters. It's two women that are they're well into middle age, you know, and they're like too old to be young partiers, or they're too old to be young partiers, but they're too young to be old, you know.
Right.
So they're like stuck in the middle, and they have like what would you call it? I guess oh man, you know, like they revert sometimes, and they do really dumb shit. Like one of them will have a business date where it's a business interview kind of thing, but it's also like she's like, man, I might actually be able to hook up with this guy. So it's like a twofer, you know. And then the other one goes, no, you want to be relaxed. What you should do is get a little buzz on before you meet him, and then you'll be cool and you'll be like interesting and you won't be all hung up and nervous. And then they start drinking vodka or tequila, and then they're like, oh, you'd be really relaxed if you smoked a bong right now, you know. And like then by the time the lady goes and she's wasted at an art museum knocking $4,000 paintings over and stuff, I'm like, yeah, that's kind of reminds me of my childhood. But yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna have to see some of these clips.
My mom had that luck though growing up. Like terrible stuff happened to her. I kind of have the same thing. She has really good fortune, but she has terrible luck. And I've inherited that from her kind of in different ways, but I can see the same thing. Where like, you know, for example, like her husband died when she was 23 years old, right?
Man,
And she used that as fuel to launch herself into school and be like fully into it. She worked full time and went to school full time at the same time, you know, but it was either that or deal with what was happening in her life. So like that was the motivation to do it, and things like that, where like this money that she has now, people are like, man, it must be nice, but it's like, if you really knew how she got there, it's not the best story in the world, but anyway.
Later, Yankee Watchdog, have a great day, brother.
Let's go. They're dropping like flies now.
Maybe it's the combo
Right?
of all four of us. I don't know. Could be. Seems to happen that way, doesn't it?
It's a dangerous combo.
Shit. I'm getting a complex. What the fuck? Sorry.
When people start saying shit like, I have to sharpen the blades on my coffee grinder, I'll be back later when that guy's gone,
Oh.
We'll just blame it on you.
Me? You can blame it on me. Hell, why not?
No, BB.
Oh.
You're a chick. Everybody loves chicks.
Oh, that's not absolutely true. Just saying.
Well, actually, you have a good point.
You know what I mean.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Sorry. Am I making too much noise being out and about and doing stuff?
I don't know. Are you doing something?
Yes, I just
bothering me.
pulled up 3 tomato plants that are pretty much given out, and I'm pulled all the old cucumber vines off the. Yeah, my garden is a flipping mess, y'all. I have to get a grip on something in my life because every other thing is going to shit.
Oh, girl, I tell you.
So I'm focusing on one section at a time.
I need to go check my garden here in a second.
One thing. Yeah, look,
One-
Mooseman says he's got to go scrub the stove, and Tony Lee's saying got to go wash his hair.
There you go. Wash your hair. That tells me everything I need to know.
Wash your car in the rain. Change your new guitar string.
Yeah. Oh, wait, dang, I got to go. I have a doctor's appointment, but it's 10 o'clock at night. Yeah, but
Yeah.
I got to be there first thing.
Yep.
Now, wouldn't you think if all this immunization stuff is true, that when it rains, you could leave your car outside and it would develop rain antibodies and then it wouldn't be affected by rain later?
Wouldn't that be awesome?
You'd
Tell me
think.
there isn't something in the vats down there.
See, that's how I wash my truck.
Me too.
I need
pretty
it
much.
not to develop antibodies.
God almighty. I have a question. Who really enjoys this gardening thing? Because at this moment, I don't. Are we crazy? What the hell?
No,
I
it's just
love
it's
it.
life. Good days,
Do
bad
you
days.
love it? I don't love it.
Well, I do sometimes.
Yeah, I have this.
Do you
I
need to go
used
back,
to,
Nikki? Do you
I
need
used
to go
to-
back and look at some of your footage when you're in actually good mood, when you're bragging about your garden and you actually
Well-
are enjoying it?
I wouldn't say I was bragging. I was just.
Oh, yeah, you were, and it was good because it was cool looking and it was growing good, but you were having a
She
good
was
day.
pleased.
No, well, right. It still amazes me. And it's only been, what, a year and a half, 2 years that I've attempted to do this. It just amazes the hell out of me when something actually grows. I'm still in that like a kid, I'm like, oh
Like,
my
damn,
God,
it really
worked.
worked.
Yeah, that. I'm still at that point. I have no confidence. And so it surprises the heck out of me every time something actually grows.
I'm sorry. Did
Well,
you just say
what
you have
blows
no
my mind-
confidence? Go ahead, baby. Sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to say what blows my mind. If you try to plant any of this stuff, and with all the way you have to fight the weeds and stuff, how did the first guy ever find the first of any of these plants to save the seeds from it?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking at right now. I'm growing weeds. That's basically what I'm growing right now is weeds.
And the taproots on these weeds over here, they're so merciless that like I can kill a plant by pulling the weed because the taproot wraps around the little flimsy weeds from the stuff I'm trying to grow. And I'm like, why don't we make like a fruit that we can eat that has these cast iron roots that grow overnight? Like how come all the weeds have it, but these plants don't?
Yes.
There
Same
you
here.
go, Nikki. Grumpy said
What?
Nikki is suffering from late season burnout. Symptom irritability, disregard for weeds, and the desire to go eat fast food instead of your 30th pound of tomatoes.
That's exactly
Mhm.
what's going on here. No joke. Like, for real. I haven't, well, but I also had some stuff going on lately, so everything got out of control. But I did pick 2 Asian eggplants and a handful of okra still that are going today. So I'm going to have some. Oh, and I'm thawing some quail, from the freezer or whatever. So I'm going to have some grilled quail with some roasted um, eggplants and some roasted squash that I picked yesterday. So I'm attempting it. No fast food yet, but I'm there. I'm totally there on the weed thing. No, I'm over this mess.
Later, kiss off.
Shit.
Have a great day
Good
and
Man,
smile.
Lord.
like the
And
point is,
Garrett, what's up, Garrett? And hey, Mayhem, welcome.
Hey,
Hey,
yeah,
y'all.
just in time. I just got done taking my goldfish for a walk. So
oh, don't lie, you just wanted to be up here with us.
Man,
The crazy train.
So go ahead, Milky.
yeah, it might be crazy.
Yes,
I
it is.
resemble that remark.
Oh, look, and there's Wizard.
Hey.
It was it.
Oh, the tomatoes are officially gone. Oh shit, there's one more.
Hey, you ought to make some ketchup.
Oh no, I mean they haven't really been producing the last 2-3 weeks. They're
Oh,
just still
okay.
here, so I've gotten all the tomatoes off of them for the most part. There was a few green ones, but yeah, I'm over it because it's a cluster.
These little Everglades tomatoes that the other Nikki gave me, those things if they get in the right spot, they never die and they just keep popping little tiny tomatoes.
Okay, well I'm gonna need some of those seeds. Just saying.
I bet they'd grow pretty good over there because we're basically in the same kind of zone, right?
So yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. I don't have Everglades tomatoes, and I don't have those. What are those? There's some other that David the Good grows. There's some other type of like pumpkins or something that they grow in Florida that are.
I know what you're talking about.
I forget the name of them, but I'm gonna need some of those too, man.
Yeah, I don't have that. It's funny that you would mention that though, because I have a little tiny Seminole cookbook for like stuff that they made back in the day.
Seminole,
And
that's the one.
and
Seminole pumpkins, yeah.
and there are pumpkins in a couple of the things that are in that book. And I was like, pumpkins,
Yeah.
It's really weird and diverse, the stuff that they ate, man. It's like oysters mixed with like brassicas and stuff like that,
Yeah.
Grumpy said that they got some of those Everglade tomato seeds and they're going to try them in zone 6B.
Oh, that's a little cool, but maybe. Yeah.
It might work. Well, it might work over the season.
It's worth a shot.
It worked until they froze,
Right. Okay, see, the thing about pumpkin, I'm not a big, sweets fan or pie or any of that. And I like pumpkin pie, but whatever. I want to grow them and store them and use them to make like filling for, let's say, homemade pasta raviolis, like a pumpkin and walnut stuffed ravioli with some brown butter sage sauce or something like that.
Oh, you're that going foodie on us.
Well, that would be my interest in pumpkin, because other than Halloween.
Chicken and rabbit feed.
Oh, pumpkin and rabbit. Or duck confit and pumpkin ravioli.
I wonder, how they make sweet potato fries? I wonder if they could make pumpkin fries.
Ooh, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's worth a shot, right?
First,
I got to get some damn pumpkins to grow. That's why I want some of those, because the seeds that I buy around here, shit. Sorry.
No.
I'm cussing. I've been watching
what?
I've been watching a lot of Gordon Ramsay lately. I apologize.
Just gonna go all Hell's Kitchen on everybody.
Oh, dude. You only knew.
Please don't roast my roast.
Damn it.
Yeah, but it's Seminole pumpkins. I think are the ones that grow down there.
Right. That's the ones I want some seeds from. I just can't find them around here. It's a Florida thing, I think.
Like, there's seed swap places where people swap seeds. It's worth looking into.
Yeah.
I'll send you a link to one if you want.
You got to be real specific when you drive around and ask for that, though.
I see
Oh,
what you did there.
I get it. That's funny.
Hey, do y'all mind just kind of talking and stuff? And I'm going to go ahead and start to do a little something and
Well,
listen.
clearly we have no
course.
problem doing that.
Cool.
Are you? You're not going to do anything dumb though, right?
Well, no, the idea is to fix the problem, not make it bigger.
Okay.
I feel like that might have been more of a rhetorical question.
You know,
Really?
with the proper amount of testing, we could figure out that in theory, everything he does could be dumb depending on how he scores on the tests.
Right. Exactly.
True.
And also depending on who you compare me to, because I mean, damn, look, we done dropped down to 27 people. Yeah, it did just
Oh,
drop fast.
I told
Dang it.
you.
Crap.
Bug out.
You know,
Extreme.
only the strong survive. That's all I'm
There you
saying.
go.
Man, you know,
There
hey,
you
it is
go.
what it is all I can say.
There you go.
Hey.
We just Spartanized your chat room, gave it the Klingon touch, and like,
Yep.
Damn it.
Sorry, y'all.
Oh, I favor more of a Romulan. That's what I favor.
A what? I missed
A
that.
Romulan.
Romulan, where's Jeremy when
Yeah.
I need him? I know nothing about Star Trek.
see, the thing about Romulans, though, man,
Nerd.
is like, imagine having the utmost of discipline and composure to where you could go and run for office, but you're still evil. That's frightening to me. You know, I can understand dirty pants evil. You know, yeah, that white collar evil. That's what I'm afraid of. So the Romulans definitely creep me out a little bit. You know, where they're like, I have no emotion, but I'm still gonna peel the skin off your face just because. You know.
Okay, so help me out here. What's a Romulan?
It's an evil Vulcan.
Vulcan,
Okay.
yeah.
It's a nerdy Star Trek thing.
See, I watched some Star Trek when I was young, but like not a whole lot, not enough to remember.
Yeah, well, about every third day, I'll be outside doing something and walk in the evening, and that's what Jeremy's watching. And he's watched every episode 42 times. And by every episode, I mean like everyone. He can put it on silent. I mean, he can mute the damn thing while I'm cooking or doing something. And I'm like, oh, it's okay. You can turn that up. And he's like, oh, no, I know exactly what they're saying. I've memorized all of them 42 times.
Oh
Nerd.
man, he's
Yes.
hardcore nerd.
Yes.
That's kind of
Wow.
like me with Star Wars.
Oh, see, he doesn't, not so much. Yeah. His is definitely Star Trek.
See,
He's a
with Star
Trekkie.
Wars-
I'm not much of a Trekkie, but I
Yeah.
know about Star Trek.
Star
Definitely
Wars
a
is a
Trekkie.
little more tragic, to be honest. You know what's happened.
Well,
The changes in Star Trek are like that. People will debate what it's become, but it still has kind of stayed along the pathway for the most part. Star Wars, just Disney bought it and said, yeah, all those books that you read about this, yeah, forget about it. We're just changing it all.
Oh, Disney just said fuck the fans is what they said.
That's kind of like Amazon with Lord of the Rings.
Mm.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't seen it yet, but I do love that there was a Smash campaign on it. So
Come on.
I've
Yeah,
heard
they
them say the
did-
same
they-
thing on Game of Thrones, that new one that's come out. I've been watching that, and to be honest, I don't see what the big deal is, you know, on that one so far, anyway.
Oh,
Don't
there's
tell
a new
me.
one?
Yeah,
See, this is
I
how
started
bad
watching
I
the
am.
Rings of Powers, and it's
I've heard really bad stuff about it, but I haven't seen it.
I'm kind of a Lord of the Rings fan, so like I really don't even want to give it the views. But I heard that they
Hey.
were like hiding the negative reviews
Yeah.
because
they-
there
Yeah.
was such a campaign against it.
But what is it about it that everybody hates, though? That's the part. I get that, like,
The woke
I guess
push.
they went kind of wokish, and then did they malign the storyline at all? Or
no.
because if it stays in Kanan and they just switch the casting, I really don't care about that, because in my mind I can undo whatever they do. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Right. So far, like, they've thrown so much into it that I'm like, there's new characters, they have these things called wanderers, and I'm like, are they a hobbit? What the hell are they? I don't know what they are. They're a wanderer. They like migrate, and then the storyline with the elf that Sauron killed her brother, and now she is forever on this quest to destroy the evil. And I'm like, where is the Rings of Power? Where is the part where the 9, men get these rings, and the 7 dwarves, which Snow White reference, get their rings, and I'm like, this is not even close to what. It's not close to the Hobbit. It's not close to the Lord of the Rings at all. Who are these people? What the fuck are you guys doing? Like, there's one guy in there. I'm like, is this pre Gandalf, or who the hell is this guy?
Yeah. Well, if it's
I don't know who this is.
If it's the story of those rings, that all happened ages before, to the point where the rings had been forgotten about by the time Bilbo found it.
Right.
The only people that knew it were the wizards, but the wizards only knew it because think like Celtic druids. They were the most educated people of the time. They would have surely read about the rings and they would have known about them, but nobody else did. And the elves, like some of them were probably still alive when that happened.
Right.
But yeah, it was. If I don't know what Tolkien has written about anything before The Hobbit, he published some notes that my brother read. I never did, but there was actually a book that was published of notes that he wrote to support the world, and I wish my brother's library was still like intact, because I keep thinking of books that I should have took and saved, and that would have been one of them, because it was all written from Tolkien himself,
Right.
But it wasn't written in novel format. It was written in like technical manual format of things that he was writing down to remember himself,
I can't remember the name of it, but one was like a historical perspective. It wasn't like a novel, like you're saying.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the same thing. I remember I checked it out when I was a kid. Oh, still met.
It was like a world support. It like educated somebody on like what the world was like there,
Mm-hmm. I started to read it when I was a kid, but it was a little above my level, and I got bored, and then I had to return it to the library.
But
Marillion? Yeah, that one.
Surely there's the big names that are going to pop up of how the rings end, but all the stuff before that, he doesn't really go that far back, if I'm remembering right, So if they made up a couple characters, the problem is if you make up these characters, they have to be gone by the time the ring happens, because they didn't say that Bob the Archer was there when the ring was destroyed or whatever, or when the rings were banished and hidden and stuff, but it didn't say he wasn't there. Like, I hope they don't pull some shit like that. That's a Disney Star Wars thing right there.
Right. No, Tolkien was a freaking genius. Like, the mind that can create a world like that, and languages, and keep it complicated yet simple. It's amazing.
Trench warfare and opium. That was how the Lord of the Rings were created.
I could see that. Didn't he create like a language? He was taught either to a sibling or something like that with it.
Yeah.
Kind of like a weird twin thing.
Go figure. And it is funny, man. You can tell like the kind of world that he literally came from, because in the books, and I used to hate it because like every 4 pages somebody sings a song and I'm like, Jesus Christ, and I'm like flipping through the pages to get past it, I'm like, are they going to sing another song? Is this a musical? Is that what I'm reading right now?
Musicals in novel form.
Right.
They're like, we're dwarves, we're angry, we never do anything, but we still sing. Here, listen to this tune,
break out into songs. It's like a Disney movie.
I could see BB now just reading that part, trying to figure out what is the tune of the song. How
Well,
do we
yeah,
do
it's
it?
because the stanza arrangement is like there's not even rhythm to it, and you're like, come on, man, this is stupid. Come on,
I'm
man.
gonna have to go back and
Come on,
read
man.
it now.
I think I'll have me a brew, maybe one, then maybe two.
I actually wondered how they were going to handle some of that stuff when they were making the movies. And they didn't have Tom, what was his name? Tom
Bombador?
Yes.
He was in it. That was the Woody guy. That was the guy with the bird shit all over his head.
Yeah.
Man, okay. It's been a while.
Well, they
Maybe I'm
don't
not
really
that
tell
big
you
of a
who
fan.
he is. He's the wizard that Gandalf approaches. That kind of gets Gandalf's mojo back a little bit. The guy that didn't he like ride a
Oh.
cat or a dog or something? I can't
Oh
remember.
no, he had a sled with a bunch of jackrabbits pulling it.
Wait, no, isn't that another character though? The bear guy.
Oh, the guy that can turn into a bear?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Man,
I don't
I
remember
read the
his
books
name.
again.
Yeah, it's been a long time for me. And
I had
I
like
just remember the
3
cartoon movie.
that was epic, man. That came at just the right time too.
Yeah.
I had just read all those books, and then the television started playing the cartoons of it, and I was like, hell yeah!
Shoot, what is that? The guy that you like, the cartoon guy. That his name is escaping me right now.
Oh, the Frazetta cartoon,
Yes.
Fire and Ice.
Mm-hmm. But wasn't he involved in some of the cartoons with the Lord of the Rings or the Hobbit?
I don't think so. No.
Okay.
That the guy who did now there are two there's two cartoons made by the same guy who's like a hippie guy that did The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings, okay? And then there was another animated one done by somebody else, and I'd have to look up to make sure Frazetta had nothing to do with that one because it's way better animated and stuff.
Okay.
And I don't know. I've seen that one, but the other one they used to play a lot more because it's a whole lot more bubbly and more cartoony and stuff,
Right. Trying to remember that other cartoon too, the one with the religious guys banging their heads. What's the name of that?
Oh, that's Wizards.
Right.
That's Ralph Bashki.
Okay, maybe he was the one that was involved with the Lord of the Rings cartoons.
Maybe. I could look it up.
Similar animation.
Yeah, the
cartoon drawing.
two cartoony ones though, they're like way on the hippie end. I don't. Maybe he was. I don't know, but I don't think he. I think it was somebody else, to be honest.
I like hippie.
And Bashki's like really ironically dark, like he was real good. He snuck in a lot of really pointed social commentary into the stuff that he did. And none of that's in The Hobbit. Like none of the trademarks of Bashki. Like what basically got him canceled from making cartoons was the thing that makes his stuff classic today.
Right. Very anti whatever we've got going on here.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Damn, I don't want to go work.
Sweet. We get to see Professor Xavier at work.
So what did he say he was doing, like leveling or something?
Who?
Oh, where'd Mickey go? Rescue.
There he is. He's got a concrete block.
Those things breed. I swear they do.
I keep finding them places.
Rescue's still working on his wheelchair ramp. I'm bored of it. I think we should just move on to something else.
You didn't notice that red X up in the top right corner?
Gotcha, bitch.
Back. What happened to you, Nikki?
Uh-oh.
Oh, sorry. Y'all were a little too nerdy for me. I have no idea what the hell y'all were talking about. I came in to like wash some carrots because I pulled some baby carrots. Sorry, I just muted myself because I was like, I have no idea. I'm just gonna sit this one out. Keep
Oh, you
working.
didn't just mute
She's
yourself.
over there smiling and nodding. Yeah.
You actually
Uh-huh.
took yourself out.
Oh, I know.
was-
I accidentally took myself out because, well, I had the phone in the front of my sports bra, as I'm out there doing stuff. And when I got back, YouTube was gone. I could still hear y'all talking, and I couldn't find it. I mean, not that I couldn't find YouTube, but it was like all of this was completely gone. I hadn't been watching. I've
Nikki.
just been.
You couldn't
Yeah.
find it? Did you find like car keys and stuff while you were looking for it?
Well, just remember,
Okay,
wherever
smartass.
you go, there you go.
There you are. I know, right? Sorry.
Hey, baby.
Yeah, no. Came in to wash some put some baby carrots to soak, and I don't know. I'm gonna take a break now. Holy crap!
You
These
get
two
Yeah,
to
y'all
cats
went
have
a
been fighting.
little too nerdy for me. I know. I
Oh,
just
big
had
dog.
no idea about what y'all were talking about. Like that's not my.
Nikki is secretly a nerd. She just doesn't want to admit it.
I am, but in a whole different way, not with the Tolkien and all that, Lord of the Rings stuff. I have no idea. I think I've seen it once, and I was
It's
like,
kind of part of nerd college, though. Like you can't like this is the thing with other people. They claim they're like, yeah, I'm into nerdy stuff, and then they try to hang with the current topics, but then it's like you throw in a Monty Python reference, and they're like, what's that?
oh no.
You're like, no. You've not hit the classics, my
me.
friend. You got to go back to school.
Okay, see, I'm old enough to appreciate Monty Python though. Like that's different. I'm just old. I just don't do the new stuff.
Hey, D-Dog.
The new stuff is built on the old stuff, and
Some of it.
and it's compared to the old stuff. Like the stake that the new stuff is measured by is the stuff that you know. So
Like Avatar.
it kind of
and
accidentally
Dancing
makes you
Fool.
an expert.
Yeah, like prime example, Top Gun Maverick stole from Star Wars. Just saying.
Yeah, and Avatar stole from Dances with Wolves. We all know that.
Yeah.
I was
I
waiting.
do agree with that one though. I get it. I was in the garden when y'all were having that conversation months ago, and I was like, yeah, I could see that. That's totally, yeah. I know Brian doesn't agree, but I was like, yeah, no, I could see that one. Speaking of Top Gun, the new one was very
Oh yeah, it was awesome.
okay. See what I mean? There, Milkmaid.
Yeah.
I was
But
gonna
they
say
still stole from Star Wars though.
I was gonna say it was very predictable, but leave it up to a guy because we had this conversation. The guys think it's awesome. My husband thinks the new Top Gun was better than the first one, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not buying it.
That's a dangerous thing to do, though, because there's 30 years of filmmaking in between these two movies. 30 years of people dialing in their craft of filmmaking, especially with planes and stuff, And to be honest, like what that movie was at the time versus what this movie is today, there is no comparison. Yeah. Like this movie didn't even make a ripple in filmmaking,
It's true.
Where Top Gun stopped the presses,
See, yeah. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
What did we talk about yesterday?
Yep. We had this conversation yesterday.
We totally did.
But money-wise, apparently this new Top Gun has done very well as far as profits go. Which
it has.
Given the challenges with COVID and people still being weird about it, and people are still scared to go to movie theaters because there's still people that really believe that there's a boogeyman hiding in the air that's going to get them,
I still don't get that.
A boogeyman.
People went to the theater anyway, despite all that bullshit. They went to the theater and they watched these movies. So that's telling me something. There's got to be something to this movie because it has performed as far as profits go,
Well, you got the young, curious people, and then you've got the people who grew up with that stuff. So a combination of that,
I do know that the only
You
thing I
had
know
just
about the
people
movie.
wanted to get the hell out too. I think some people just needed a break, and it was like that happened to be a break, and it was like, yep, get up out of this lockdown.
The
Is
only
that
thing I
still a
really know
thing?
about the movie, they took the Taiwan patch off of Maverick.
They did that out of the first one.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell's up with that?
Yep.
And
But that what got noticed years ago on that first one. That was kind of, what was it, when they bought some rights, and then that happened to come into it. Next thing you know, bloop, all the other copies that started coming out, the patch was changed.
now those are the kind of special effects we can rely on, you know? Like in
Back
ET when they took the guns away from the guys in the chemical suits. You're like,
Huh?
why? You know, I can understand taking the Taiwan patch off because China owns our entire cinema industry. And if they don't
Mhm.
like it, they say no, and we're not allowed to do it. So they said that Taiwan patch has to go. And they went, okay.
Oh, well, hell, look at you got Mr. You don't see me shit trying to make up and talk in ways going, I'm so sorry. I actually thought that they were their own people. Forgive me, please. Or was that
Oh,
John
look at
Cena?
that pro wrestler. Yeah, that's who you're talking about, right?
Yeah, that little hand waving, you don't see me shit, isn't that John Cena or some shit like that?
Yeah. I think it is. I think that's exactly who it is. And man, they made that guy put his hat in his hand and approach the man 6
Oh, yeah.
paces from the desk, you know, or is it 3 paces? I can't remember. It's been a while since I've had an NJP, but
You will bow to Winnie the Pooh.
Bow to Winnie the Pooh. So, how's everyone doing?
Outstanding.
Cool.
And by the way,
Thanks,
Milky,
everyone.
I was redoing that leg, and I got to do the leg on the other side of my ramp, and then that way it's kind of anchored for now. So
Oh, good.
then the next day or two, I'll focus on
So
my
you're
plumbing.
done.
Now I got to do the other side. But
Mhm.
Nice.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, I went to a auction today and I scored big.
what'd you get?
Oh, yeah?
I filled up a full-size Ford Econoline extended van with nothing but canning stuff for $70.
hey,
Whoa.
uh-oh,
Yeah.
who did we lose? We lost somebody.
Do these
Oh,
people
Megan.
not know what they have, or do they
Man.
just not care? They just want everything to go.
Well, 90% of the people there were for the farm equipment.
Oh,
Oh, I love farm sales.
Yep, and well, it was a estate sale, farm sale, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I also picked up most of the furniture inside the house for next to nothing.
hell yeah. Morning, G-Mo.
Estate sales are awesome. I love those things.
Yeah, you can find some gems.
Mhm.
Yep. So
I don't-
now I have 3 nice all-American pressure canners to get rid of. So if anyone wants it, get a hold of me.
Are
That is
you
cool.
serious?
So how much
Uh-oh.
for one of them? What do they
You're
go
down
for?
for one of them?
I might be because I have the T-Foul. I don't have the All-American like all these cool people like Milky does.
Right.
To have the cheater one because I was afraid. But I mean, it worked. But I'm down for all.
Is she breaking up or is it me?
Milkmaid,
No,
she
she
might as
broke up.
well have the all-American canner because she
Am I?
buys the best of everything else, you know? Like,
Mhm.
you know, she's like, oh, I don't know anything about guns. Let me buy a gun, you know? And you're like, really? Okay. All right. I'll shut up now, you know?
I just,
Sorry.
dude, I go on the recommendations of people that I trust. No.
I want to buy one of those gun thingies I keep hearing about. Yeah, a piston-driven Widowmaker. Yeah, I want one of those.
Well, maybe it'll make up for my lack of knowledge. Nah. I'm learning.
That's what smoke grenades are for.
Smoke grenades. Is that a recommendation to get them so I can go get them now?
With Enough smoke grenades will fix any error in any plan. You know, that's just been my experience.
Good to know. Putting that on the list.
Smoke grenades.
Cows with guns. Mhm.
D-Dog, did you know that you can't buy those M18 smokes, but they're not illegal? The ATF said, we would appreciate it if you stopped selling those. And the entire industry said, okay, and didn't challenge it at all. That I can just
Wait,
imagine that
seriously?
would burn a particular hair in his ass.
I'm not sweating it. They'll be gone soon enough.
Oh man, wouldn't that be awesome? I really like between the IRS and the ATF. I don't know which one I want to abolish the most, you know. But man, you make them a package and make it a twofer, and I think the entire country could get behind that. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I think
okay, you know the work I've been doing about waking people up and teaching them their rights and that they're in charge of the government. They just have to tell the government that, hey, you fuckers ain't the boss. Okay, so more people are waking up, and our group is growing like crazy, stupid fast now. And it's all because of the ATF Modernization Act, which gives
Yeah.
them almost Gestapo privileges.
Yeah.
And they're scratching on people's doors, say, hey, we have to inspect your guns. And a lot of sheriffs aren't standing up, so people are screaming at their sheriffs to start doing their job. And there's special elections coming up for replacing a sheriff because it takes less than 100 days to replace any of your elected servants. All you have to do is do a little research. Shit's going sideways real quick. But no,
Well, I know,
everyone's talking about the bullshit about the loan forgiveness for your
Student loan.
right, but they didn't read down in there on how much that money is actually going to bullshit that doesn't matter.
Yep. Oh, it's
I
a
know
mad dash.
that's kind of their MO.
a friend of mine. He's kind of basically like in my little mag, I guess you'd say. But he is a sheriff from the adjacent county to me, and their sheriff has declared their county a Second Amendment sanctuary. And their sheriff said, we will not enforce any unconstitutional gun laws. And I'm a
So
little
that
jealous.
means they won't enforce any gun laws.
Right. And that's kind of basically where they're at now. I don't know if they had thrown a caveat in there for any one thing or another. That's as far as I really know. But I know for sure that if you're a regular citizen, now they might have drawn a line at the felon part. I'm not sure about that. But I know if you're a regular citizen and there's a deputy that goes into your domicile and you've got a 13-inch barreled rifle with a rifle stock on it, the guy's looking the other way and he's not saying a word to you. You know, I know that for a fact because I was kind of drilling him on it, but I never got around to asking about like special legal status like that. You know.
Well, what about a shotgun where the shell sticks out about 1/8 of an inch past the end of the barrel?
Yeah. Was
I
that
got
what
a
I'm
couple
saying?
of those.
Or like I've always wanted to make an Obrez, you know, the sawed off Mosin Nagant,
Right.
which it's totally useless. But back in the day, they couldn't get a hold of any other guns, so the gangsters in Russia would just cut down those rifles and make pistols out of them. But there's just something about the way those things look, man. They look so evil.
See, I want a sheriff like that. Mine
Well, me
sucks.
too. We have an okay sheriff in my county, but you can tell that he's playing the game. Staying in office is the name of the game for him, you know?
Mm-hmm. Kissing babies.
So he's playing both sides.
Yeah, more to the red, but he's got to play just enough to the blue that they're okay with their guy losing to him, you know?
Right.
Well, the thing is, the problem with the sheriffs are they don't want to give up that federal grant money along with your local police. And
Right.
that grant money has stipulations on it where they have to enforce federal regulations, even though they refer to them as federal laws.
I'm gonna grab some
Yeah.
water. I'll be right back.
I remember we've talked about this before, I think, but when they pushed the seatbelt laws, they came from all angles to drop that from the sky.
Yeah, they stopped giving me the seatbelt ticket because I ended up getting paid too much money for showing up in court.
Yeah, I need to learn this trick.
Yeah, I make more money breaking so-called laws than I've ever done swinging a hammer or doing any smarty pants electrical shit.
Really?
Yeah, let's see. Last April, that's the last time I actually checked it. I did a little over $30,000 in that month just through court.
Months?
In a month.
Wow.
And I average probably 10, 12,000 a month just by having to go to court, you know, for 3 or 4 cases every month.
Okay, we need to have a talk.
So how does the revenue fall your direction?
It's well, when you go your first time, you're giving them an invoice for a special appearance because they summon you to district court. Okay, so I went to Michigan's district court. I didn't go to 53rd District Court in Livingston County because there's only one district court that can deal with the people, and they didn't know anything about my case. And then they put a warrant out for me and picked me up, and one thing led to another, and it turned out costing them $100,000.
Well then.
You just got to learn your rights. You learn your rights, and the government will just back right off of you.
Yeah, I need to focus more on that. I've been pretty good at staying under the radar, though, so I don't know. That only
Yeah,
lasts
there's
so
that
long,
with
though.
it, too.
There's going to be a time where they're getting hungry. They're already getting desperate, you know? Like, just look at how they're cracking the whip harder. They should be trying to sort of let things ride, you know? But instead, like, that speech that Biden gave, that was total tyranny, you know? And
that's what makes
that
me
speech
wonder,
that
like,
Biden gave was the third declaration of war he did against American people.
mhm.
and this one was the most obvious, you know? I mean, it's
so in your
when he
face.
called it MAGA forces, like, and you know what I'm talking about, D-Dog. Like, that means that he was at the sand table and they're studying this as if it's a literal battle, you know?
Right.
And I don't know if I'm okay with that, you know? I just don't.
Well, the people don't understand that they have the power and authority and jurisdiction to walk into Congress in session, stop everything, and then reverse everything they've ever done. The people have that authority and power, but nobody's willing to jump up.
Wizard said,
They don't want to be a
rescue,
martyr.
tell us the process, D-Dog.
Tell us the process, Peter. Well, if you have like 20 years to let me just go through all the research I've gone through, I'll be happy to start.
See, that's what
Well,
I
you know, I just Go
A
ahead.
good reference is a YouTuber, You Are Law, and they'll teach you how to write a claim against a judge for lack of due process and of jurisdiction unknown. And it'll nullify or void any judgment that's ever been put on you. And recently, I helped a lady that was convicted of murder, and she did kill her husband. And I've known them my whole life. And he's always been abusive and everything else. And she just went to the point, and enough's enough. Because every time that she went to leave him, she was basically literally kidnapped and taken back. Okay. And she was looking at 10, 15 years, and she was already in. And all we did was we filed that one document, and she was released. I think it took 3 days, and everything was gone.
You don't hear about that on the news.
Well, you're not gonna hear about the 4 counties in Michigan that sequestered everything having to do with 2020. There's 26 counties nationwide that have everything having to do with 2020.
What's up, C? I just saw you were here. Well, I gotta say okay, how do I say this? But some I will say this, because just from my perspective, some is like you got to know when to pick that fight in a way, because you got to be prepared for a wide variety of backlash. And so,
Yeah.
And like me, I'm at the age and at the point to where, look, I stay within the lines. I got no problem, because I got no problem. I mean, most common sense laws make sense to me, because right's right and wrong's wrong. So it's the petty little ones, and I guess I'm lucky because I avoid that, because I'm not around these big cities. So
Right.
I don't live in a metropolitan, because that's hired gun shit, man. I gotta say, that's one thing has totally shifted perspective, is the city versus rural. It's just, man, it's so obvious between a hired gun versus elected.
Yeah.
In some of these big cities, because we put a lot of this on these politicians, and we do these mayors, and you know what though, if you didn't have people saying okay, then you couldn't do it. So it's easy to always point at the top of that pyramid, but somebody's got to hold all the other pieces together, and if without those, then there is no point. Well, I gotta say, I got an issue with some of the integrity and the honor, because you either mean what you say and say what you mean, or don't talk.
Right, but like you were talking basically about the police being an armed force. Now, if all the people that are like 2A extremist people, if they'd actually do some research on it, the biggest thing that our founders were worried about is standing armies. Now, if you look into standing armies and how they're defined, that's your state troopers, because it's all government financed. That's the FBI. Your local police, they get all these grants, and then they have to hold people accountable for all these fake laws that the federal government put out that aren't even laws.
It's that fine print, so they can keep getting that money.
Right, and they every time they bring up a new bill, they try to make it fall under the necessary clause, but it's not necessary. And a simple way to look at it, Mount Rushmore, because South Dakota wants to have their fireworks there, and the federal government says no. The necessary clause tells them, because it's a monument, they're allowed to have that property, the federal government, but they're only allowed to have something to maintain it. So the parking area, the little gift store, and all that other crap that's there shouldn't belong to the federal government. It actually should belong to South Dakota.
Right.
Yeah, but they use that necessary clause to try to push through all this bullshit. And every time that the Congress gets called out, Supreme Court's been siding with, whoever's fighting them.
I'm trying to follow along with this.
Hey, I do have I got a hardcore question for you, D-Dog. So, with your knowledge, now, mind you, I'm telling you up front that I don't mean no disrespect, but I can only ask the question point blank. So, with all your knowledge, though, how in Sam hell is Whitmer still sitting there?
She's actually sitting there because I believe that the lieutenant governor would be worse.
Oh, wow.
Well, why would you stop there?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but April or August of 2020, we had all her executive privileges revoked. She has nothing she can fucking do.
Well, isn't she still kind of stirring shit up?
Well, that's fine. That's just, you know, mouth time. She doesn't have any authorities.
Okay. Just being more precise. So when you say authority, so does that mean ain't nobody come knocking on anybody's door? Because she can't tell them to go knock on the door? Or,
Now she likes to weaponize the state police here. But, you know, as soon as they show up, if you have a decent sheriff, because what have I been screaming at everyone for 2 years? Get with your sheriff, make sure your sheriff is right. Teach your sheriff
yeah.
his job. Your sheriff can stop the state trooper from walking on his land. The whole county is your sheriff's land. If they walk on his land without his permission, he can get them for trespassing, and he doesn't have to put down your damn address. And same thing with all these federal son of a bitches.
Sorry, I muted myself. Huh. Okay. That's going to take a lot of education, though.
Yeah, but everyone can start at cspoa.org, and that actually breaks down a simplified version of a sheriff's responsibility, and you get your sheriff introduced to that organization, and they'll help him go constitutional. But the problem is they don't want to give up that federal money that pays for the jails, because most
Yeah.
charters for counties, the sheriff is responsible to pay for the food of his inmates out of his own pocket.
So it boils down to people.
On a side note, Wizard said, has anyone ever seen the football in close proximity to Tater? And I will say one time there was some clip of him talking to somebody, and I think it was on the plane, and you could see the guy in the background with it.
I try not to look at that fool as much as possible.
Yeah, and I don't watch much, so I know that was then. I pay less attention now and more attention to right here.
Well, the people have to realize that what happens in DC in no way, shape, or form will affect them if they know their rights.
Until we get
Well,
irradiated.
Oh, well, and hold on, I will. Let me throw a caveat into that, though, D-Dog, because and as much as it hurts me to just say this just bluntly, but some people are totally subservient to that system, and I'm being one of them, because on disability, I'm a flick a switch. Somebody can mouse click my shit and make it all go away. So
Yeah, but still, there's one form that you can fill out, and you get all your Social Security money in one lump sum.
mm,
And that form is?
Well, you have to start off with the SS5 form, which is for changing your status, you know, from being the so-called taxpayer to being a man or a woman. And I can't remember what the other form is, but it's an SS form. And then you have your DS10, where you
But we
straighten
can't
out
even define
your
a woman,
status with
man.
the Department of State. Do what?
Said we can't even define what a woman is. This is already getting confusing.
right.
Okay, there's this one book, and it's been around for thousands of years, and it defines the difference between a man and a woman, and it's called the Bible.
There you go. Hey, I guess, okay, here's something for you, D-Dog. It's from Jen. Jen says, D-Dog, I served 2 notices and first notarized affidavit. I asked the Mawmaws what's next. They said, do a 3rd notice. Is that right? Thank you.
Well, it depends, you know. Notice affidavit then claim. But if you're building a case, you give them a notice and you tell them what they're doing wrong and how they're, breaking their oath and everything else. Then you put an affidavit to hold them accountable, and you keep stacking those up. And then you put in a claim for each of them, or if they tie in with each other, you put multiple affidavits on your claim. And that's the way to take away um, their limited shit.
Take away their shit. What's up, TT1?
Well, there takes away their limited immunity through 18 USC 241. That's where they're conspiring against your rights with another, and 18 USC 242, which means that they're going against your rights under color of law. And right there, you took away their limited immunities, and you can charge them as a man or a woman or whatever.
Okay.
Is there a way that we can sue the entertainment industry to make them bring disco back?
No.
You actually can, but do you really want to?
He just wants to wear that baby blue bell-bottom prom outfit again.
By the way,
Okay,
Wizard,
I
Wizard
do.
said,
I do a lot of PA reinforcement, which is sound for like bands and events and stuff like that. And if there's a bunch of kids out in front, of the stage and stuff while we're changing bands or something, we'll kick on the chicken dance, hokey pokey, baby shark, going on a bear hunt, and that gets all the little kids in the area to come out in front of the stage, and they're dancing. And then we go into disco shit, and then the parents can't pull the kids away.
hey, D-Dog Wizard said that the Social Security thing, he said that's not true. Your Social Security is a completely different private corporate entity.
Right. You're
And
okay.
who would, so if you did do that, who determines the amount that you have?
Well, it's determined by what you paid in. So to get that one lump sum, James C. Lovett, he goes into it a little bit more, and Exit Babylon and High Frequency Radio, all three of those channels, those guys are Moors, which is equivalent to like a black sovereign citizen. So you take like 80-90% of their stuff because their research is always solid, and then you find the holes in it, and then you fill those holes. But they get more into it and stuff, and the form you fill out, and I can't remember because it was a long time ago when I did mine.
D-Dog,
Yeah.
I gotta say, brother, it's a lot. It seems like, I don't know, I'm just a redneck in the woods, but it seems like I just need to get my shit together, and then I'll just go back and earn my money, and then I won't have to worry about them turning shit off, because that's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot of research and stuff.
Well, and I got to probably go even farther because I'm kind of, I don't know, I got several battles if I start to pick one, because
Right.
I have a past. It is what it is.
Yeah, but that past, yeah, you're talking about your legal past, right?
What? Say it again.
Yeah, that's what he means.
Yeah, you're talking about your legal past.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's easy to make that go away.
Well, well, it's easy to say, it's easy to go away. So how am I going to start? So what? Okay, what's the process of making that go away?
You start off with a claim against the court that sentenced you. Because they gave you lack of jurisdiction, or They had lack of jurisdiction and lack of due process because you
Well,
took a plea bargain and you go for the nullify or voided judgment, and then it all goes away.
yeah. Then
To do it a
I
step
couldn't do
simpler, D-Dog, if he wanted to do it a step simpler, could he stay inside of the colored lines and just file for expungement and say he can't afford the attorney and then have them appoint it for him? Or would they not do that?
Well, he can go as far as to sue the entire judicial system and have the federal government flip the bill for it.
Yeah, but okay, Debbie Downer me, I know, but I couldn't do that because I was guilty and I pled guilty. And that's actually why I cussed him out about any other shit that he brought up. I was going, look, man, don't put your shit on me. I got no problem owning up to what I did, but don't put your other shit on me. And so then there we go. That was the
Yeah.
second time. The first time I was just stupid and hell. I went before that judge 9 times before he finally looked at me and goes, "You're just not going to get it, are you?" And it was like, I don't know, man. And
Yeah.
I didn't get it. One
Well,
wasn't enough.
okay. Did you hurt anyone?
I see you, Wizard.
The second time, yes.
Okay. Did you hurt him bad?
I mean,
Define bad.
he was still breathing.
Okay. But he still has his eyesight and he still can walk and function.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason why. I mean, his eyes, nothing ever happened, I guess. But and any limbs should have mended up just fine.
Right. Yeah. So I'm.
But I
trying
mean,
to-
I was an ass, and I mean, I did what I did, and I got no problem. I've always owned up to it.
Right.
You know? It was actually it was an awesome wake up call because then that second one was the good hard enough thump in the head that slowed my roll. So after a couple of years of picking some cotton, doing some scrapping, sleeping with one eye kind of open shit, eating crap food, I kind of looked forward to that day and had my shoebox ready. And, I've never looked back ever since. I was
Right.
like, okay, I finally got it this time, buddy. And the message set in nice and clear. So,
Right. Now, if you can distance yourself from the emotion and your honor attachment to that, okay? And like what D-Dog I think is approaching here is that you did your time, you've experienced rehabilitation. So now it's time to have those privileges of being really rehabilitated and taking those negative stigmas off of you because you've moved on, And
yeah, but see, you can't, it's hard to do though, Bug Out, because see, it's the approach you have to do. See, you can't come at it with that approach. Like, okay, well, I've done more good than I ever did bad. And that's, I've crested this. So here's the change. And there we go. Instead, I would have to thrash the shit out of them and kind of demean the system
Yeah.
as a whole
Right.
in order to get my way. Well, that's sending the wrong message to me.
And that's
so
kind of where I was saying, if there's a way to stay inside of the lines to where you're not telling them that they're riddled with gross incompetence. You're sort of like, it's a friendly knock on the door instead of banging on the door. I just wonder if there's a half measure that would be applicable here. I don't know, but there's a friend of mine. He had his record expunged twice. I didn't even know you could do that.
Oh,
And,
wow.
yeah, like, oh man, this is all behind me now. And then he relapsed and went right back into it, expunged it again. And I was like, man, this dude is made out of Teflon pretty much, But I mean, if that guy can do it, anybody can do it,
Well, TT1 said he got an expungement. It took money and legwork. He was determined. It wasn't easy, but he got through it.
Money is the key there.
Yeah.
And this is the part of the American justice system that really, it makes me raise an eyebrow and it makes me shake my head at the same time, because you have more rights if you have more money. And that's just
Right.
how it works here.
You have as many rights as you can afford to have.
There you go. Yeah, that's another way to put it.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
I don't know if I'm okay with that,
Oh,
Can we go back to where we were before? So the rescue injured another, but the state is the one who was the prosecutor in the case. They were the plaintiff, where it should have been a common law case where the injured party was supposed to be the plaintiff and you were the defendant, and then he was to get remedy in some sort of could be monetary relief. It had nothing to do with the state. It had to do with a man and a man.
I think I see what you're saying here.
Okay, because the criminals in the legal system are fucking running it.
Well, and it was on private property too.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. You could have done it in a bar. You could have done it in Main Street at the main floor. It doesn't matter. It's still between a man and a man. You know, so you're going to own it, and that's good.
The best place to do it is a movie set for one of the Baldwin brothers.
The remedy goes towards the injured party, not to the state. Because the state is a corporation, and by law, a corporation cannot sue a man, but a man can sue a corporation.
Okay, so when I start this, I got to go do the whole sovereign thing or whatever and do the man deal.
No. You don't need to go through that nonsense. You can just stand as a man, which is the treaty. Crap, man, I can't even remember shit today.
Well, it's Wednesday. Yeah.
Thousands of dollars, TT. Wow.
You're out through thousands. Wow, damn, TT1 said through thousands of dollars at the expungement.
Am I the only one on this panel that hasn't been arrested?
Probably.
Well, bug out.
I've never been convicted.
I'm talking like straight up even arrested.
Well, just because you're
Arrested
some
means
little
nothing, though.
goody good.
I mean, I feel like I haven't lived yet.
Okay.
Trust me, it's coming, girl. It's coming.
Milkmaid, to make you feel a little better. Have you ever been pulled over?
Mm-hmm.
That's
there you go.
custodial arrest. Now you're in our group, so you're cool.
Close enough.
Cool. Okay.
And that's really like where he's going with that is, I mean, you can get arrested. You can spend time in county waiting on that gavel to get banged and all that stuff. And then they can go, oh, we got nothing. And they throw the case out and none of it ever happened. It's like,
hey, I'll go one for you. This can actually happen because this is actually what happened. You can actually go outside your store into the parking lot that's connected to your store, tell people to leave. They actually jump your ass. You hold your own as long until finally they show up, and when they show up, all of a sudden you're threatened to be tased, and you need to sit down and you go to jail for disorderly conduct. And then whenever you get really pissed off, because it's like, yo, homie, I got no problem owning up to what I do, but I ain't sleeping on no concrete floor for no reason. All of a sudden nobody talks to you, and they make you actually just answer nothing for 2 years, and then they go, oh, well, it's off the books now. And that really happened.
Yep.
Yep. I went down there, I raised hell, and they go, well, you're not going to get a hearing. I said, no, I want a hearing. I want somebody needs to explain how I walk out of my store to say, hey, don't bring your shit inside my glass-filled store. And all of a sudden, I'm laying on a concrete floor for disorderly conduct. And actually, I will give them this. See, and here you go. Just by God, me and Nikki talk about this. I'm an anomaly. So here's you an explanation of city versus county on scene at the same time. The city was taking me for disorderly conduct. The county, I wish they had nutted up a little bit more and just went ahead and stepped over. I'm going, no. Instead, they kept encouraging me to go to the hospital. And all I could picture was my son was fixing to go get locked up in the same container area as the ones we've just been scrapping with, which there were 9. And I just wasn't going to have that. And I kept going, nope, I'm going to go wherever my son goes. So and so they tried, because apparently, come to find out, because some of the details that came out later, the supervisor was actually out of town working a side job, and he shouldn't have been. And had they taken me to the hospital with the amount of players involved, that would have been all of a sudden categorized different than just a misdemeanor disorderly conduct.
I can see why you did that then.
Yep.
So what makes me
You know,
curious is that, sorry,
no, go ahead.
is that why has none of this been applied in J6?
Right.
Why do you
Because
think?
they're using the dirty gray
Mhm.
line inside the Patriot Act on that.
Well,
And
they
what's
just don't
funny
let them
is
in. That's
all
what
the
got me.
parameters that they're using for J6 should have been applied to that chop zone where they stole a portion of the United States and claimed it for their own. If there's anything that looks like sedition more than anything I've ever seen in my life, it's that, you know?
Mhm.
And they had a real case against those guys, and they took all that homework probably for their pre-canned legal defense for those people if they got pinched, and they applied the reverse engineered approach on the J6 people, of which was something they organized in the first place. And
Right.
you know, they did that march in Virginia, and they did another one, and the turnout was getting really big. And those guys, and this I know from the inside, from people I know that are kind of in that community, but they were talking about doing that a lot, not just once. They were going to do that several times. You know, they planned on having a series of events like that where they showed up. And I think with the exposure, they didn't want it. And they were like, man, we got to do something to turn this thing off, you know? And now they're using it because, you know, now they had an established event that they can say, oh, this is the next 9/11, you know, which you listen to how they talk. And I really think that those bombs they planted were supposed to go off because their canned responses are as if people were armed and explosions went off. But they stuck to their lines, and it didn't make any sense because nothing happened except
Well,
one of their people shot somebody, you know?
well, and here, so, but now let me just throw this at you. So, what if that had have stopped, and what if that had have actually changed things? There would have been the reaction side on the other, which, if you look at the history, would have been where those come into play, along with some other shit that was probably out that we don't even discovered yet. That was stacked up ready, because it's like if this flips the wrong way, then you're fixing to go into chop. That's why it was intentional to not let the guard go in. You don't want a presence. You don't need
So-
somebody ready to address it.
Yeah.
You need to set the narrative right here. You're painting the picture. And as long as people keep using the right brush strokes, we're good. And then there you go. And now that here we are.
I just think that us even talking about J6, I don't think we know the real story of what truly happened there. And I don't think we're going to know until 20 years later if my survey of 9/11 proves anything of when the info finally comes out one way or the other. But, you know, there were investigations where they said 9/11 was just total hokey pokey compared to the story that we were given. But no, the news doesn't cover that either. You know, like now we know that somebody was up to no good on this 9/11, and it's not who we said it was, you know, but it's
Well,
just
where's
swept under
Ray
the
Epps?
rug.
Where's
And
Ray
this
Epps?
J6 thing is the same thing, but Ray Epps is like the point of contact. He's the last name on the piece of paper that's listed in importance of order, you know?
You
I
know,
mean,
you
like,
would think
it's
that people, though, think about it, Bug Out. You would think people at that level, you know, so because he's embedded. I mean, he's up in there. He's a player. So it's like, so you don't realize what's just transpired, and that there's people that keep saying your name out loud. So you haven't been watching Hillary, you know, so you really are not planning anything to happen. You'd think that dude would be running to the other side going, hey, you know, can you kind of put a perimeter around me? Because, yeah, I know my time's limited because I'm a pivot man. Because, oh, man, come November, I think somebody's going to have to answer it if it goes right. And hopefully it does. I have faith.
Well, that wouldn't be until after January 1st.
Oh, yeah, but watch, because if it were to happen in November where they know that it's okay, here it's coming to play in January, you know that that's fixing to go crazy.
I think they're putting a hold on their chips right now to see how this coming election goes. And that's going to be the horsepower estimate and the plan arrangement for what happens 2 years from then. You know, If this election, and this kind of goes contrary to how you feel, particularly Rescue, but yes, I think we should go in there and vote these people out. I do, but I also think that that's going to be the final nail in our coffin as far as their reaction goes. Because if there's a big red wave, they're going to say, "Look, they're coming for us next. There's no hope." The real fuckery is going to begin after that. Like, we haven't seen nothing yet.
The spark's coming out on that day. Now, which brush pile it lands on is yet to be seen, but it's a spark that's flying, and it's going to land on one pile or the other. It's the Y in the road.
I think us, and this is kind of the impetus that D-Dog is saying, he's doing it legally, but I mean, I even think otherwise. If this happens, everybody needs to be ready to say no more bullshit, because when they start turning that knob up, people have to say, no, this is it. You're done. You're cut off. No more bullshit, and we got to all be together on it. Or you can't be one of us, because you see what happens when one guy says something. He jumps out a window, or he gets lost in the woods, or his plane crashes mysteriously, or he shoots himself in the face with a 12 gauge while he's jogging in the park, or whatever happens to these other guys. Or the camera turns off when they're in jail. That's convenient. That's happened a few times.
Yeah.
And, it's got to be everybody. It's, if it's their law, right? So they tell us, it's supposed to be our law, but now the law has become a weapon they're using against us. Well, when they break their own rules, now we have to start holding them accountable to their rules,
See, and that's where I think the some of the problem lies is some people, in order to hold somebody accountable, you have to be holding yourself accountable. Otherwise, you lose all your foundation. And that's the problem with like all the screaming and the chanting shit and all that crazy stuff. That's not going to serve a purpose. It never has, never will, because it's not you've got to either be cohesive, coherent, and on point. And that's why they just keep throwing something and you keep people bubbled up, and you're not going to get that uniformity, because nobody's going to kind of go, okay, I need to hold myself to this standard, so now I can look at him and go, now I'm righteous in what I'm doing because I'm holding myself to the same standard I'm expecting to see from you. But I don't see a lot of that.
Can I throw a thought in?
Huh?
Here's my thought. Okay, so we have laws, we have legal ways of doing things, et cetera, but we've already witnessed the fact that law and what it is. Am I really shit interneting?
Go kick that damn booster. Put a boot in him.
Back. How about
all right,
now?
give it a shot. There we go.
All right, so I'm moving back to my porch. They've already proven that they really don't care about the law. They don't care about legal ways of doing things. They've written themselves new laws to beat down the people and to create these like, oh, well, all of a sudden now you don't have rights because, Patriot Act. It ends up boiling down to who's on the butt end of the gun. That's my simplistic way of looking at it. I mean,
so you're saying we should ban guns?
Right, exactly.
I think the mass though, Milky, I think like if you just probably were door to door, most people would agree on most things. It's getting across that canyon now that the digital divide has created, because man, it's kind of like raising your kids when they're little, and you can shape your living room with certain structures, but the minute you put them on the bus and they go to public school, they're exposed to a whole nother set of standards. And you just kind of hope that and I'm not talking about school today, because I got to tell you, if I had kids today, they would not be going to public school by any means. I would be driving around that like some kind of pandemic containment field. That's so crazy. But
I'm sorry, Rescue. That was cool.
Well, it's just, because look at what the crazy shit. But because, I mean, hell, I remember when my kids were little and man, we used to just talk because, you're teaching them the yes, ma'am, and no, ma'am. Yes, sir, no, sir, may I please, thank you, basic mannerisms. And then you're just hoping that the school or daycare or whatever you send them to is promoting the same thing. Well, hell, I used to think that that was like a challenge back then, only now it's like, oh, hell no. Because, yeah, I couldn't do it in this day and age. But I don't know. You just
Yeah.
trying to get people to gather collective thought and understand that we, the people, see, look at all the pollution that goes into the creation of the country. Hell, you can't, you have a whole generation that doesn't even acknowledge, the basic history. You'd say everything's in question now. And so
Well, I
you get
think
no
questioning can be
patriotism.
good.
Yeah,
Questioning
but
can be good, but
you-
the problem is that people aren't suffering enough. It's not hard enough. People don't have a real reason to say enough, I think.
yeah. Well, that's why everything is the global, the
can't see the
world, and
writing.
it's like,
Mhm.
how many of them sit in their living room and think, oh, it's the whole neighborhood. I need to go buy groceries for the whole neighborhood. They don't. They buy groceries and pay the bills for their home, but yet all of a sudden, as a country, you're not supposed to do that. So now the narrative has been changed to the whole world. And it's like, no, actually, we need to keep our nose out of the rest of the world, and they need to sink or swim on their own, just like we need to get our shit together and
Well,
right
it's
the
a
ship.
plethora of issues.
Well, I love how they're saying we need to help Ukraine by giving them all of our military hardware and all of our money, which, by the way, we didn't have money 2 presidents ago, much less now, and it's, I'm like, or what? And they're like, or they'll attack Europe. And I'm like, isn't that what Europe has an army for?
Well, look at
doesn't,
what they just did, Bug Out. Hell, they just poked him enough to where he finally flipped him the finger and go, okay, you know that Nord Stream pipeline, that dipshit that you put in there, let me go ahead and finish up. Well, guess what? I'm going to just cut that shit off. That'll show you now what. And it's like, oh my God, I can't believe he's doing it. It's like, what do you think he does when you sit there and poke him enough? That's one of his little things. He goes, okay, shut the valve off. Oh, and I
Well,
got
they're
that
so used
wizard.
to
I'm
us.
not sure how to do that in here. If I do that on this tablet, it could knock me out. I don't know about sharing screen. Because
But
I
they're
don't
so
have
used
that
to
option.
dealing with us, man. And we've tried to be the bigger person for so long that they can hate us and then rely on us to give them free shit at the same time,
Yep.
And now they're hating a person who doesn't play by those rules, and they're hating someone who there are going to be consequences to hating him because he can take his toys too, just like you can, and I don't know. That's an expensive lesson that I could have solved with one light beer and 30 seconds at the bar tap. I mean, it's
Well, dude, we're
anybody could
sending
have
them
saw this
stuff too.
coming.
Some of the shit that I think people think the stuff that we're sending them is like we're having it produced for them or something like that, or it's like, no, it's actually our shit. It's our warehouses.
Yeah.
It's our stuff that's going, hey, you know what? We probably aren't going to need that ourselves. Go ahead and box that shit up and we're going to send that on over to them. And it's
Well,
like,
now we're
what?
disarmed. We are disarmed. Our South Korean forces have 60% less howitzer ammo at the
Hey.
cusp of us having a war with China.
Guess where the semiconductors for javelins come from?
I know, dude. We were talking about that a couple weeks ago, and we're not getting any more of those. And that
No.
Marine Corps unit, they not only took all their rockets, they took their javelin launchers themselves. There are javelin units in the Marine Corps right now that have no munitions. Like they don't even have the delivery system. It's gone. It's history. And there will be no more.
Yep.
And why didn't we just give Ukraine all of our tows? And we talked about this before, but we got mothballs of bajillions of tow missiles just laying around. We could have given them all of our tows and said, there you go, man, have at it. They can blow up T-72 tanks. That's what they were designed for, but for some reason we had to give them our latest and greatest. And, I think we're going to be sorely remiss if things go wrong with old Gigi over there, we are going to
Right.
get our poop pushed right in, and it's going to
Winnie
be
the
because we
Pooh's
weren't
coming
ready.
for his pot of honey.
Do you think potentially, and this is just a like off the wall theory, but do you think it's intentional not only to meet the desires of their plans for over there, but also to make it so that our military is so weak that if there's ever an issue where there has to be some kind of peacekeeping here, that then those other more armed places can come and quote unquote help us?
Well, yes. And the other thing is, I think part of the whole plan here also is when our unrest happens, our military is already going to be somewhere else. I mean, that has to happen too. So our military, not only are they going to be weakened, but they're going to be deployed. And then we're going to go, but what about us? And then they're going to say, don't worry, we'll send in some Ugandans and Romanians and Chechenians. They'll help you,
Yeah.
And
Azov battalion.
yeah, they're gonna
Right.
scrape up and throw out one ads in every dingy street corner and every third world nation, and whoever responds is going to be who determines who goes in and out of Costco from 11 to 1 p.m. that day.
For the bread
I'm
line.
glad I don't go to Costco. Hey, Snooks. Hey, Monty. Happy Wednesday.
Happy.
Yeah, but
Okay.
if you actually look at it, if all our armed forces are deployed, they're going to feel that they're going to have the UN come and do some peacekeeping.
Well, that's
Exactly.
what I was saying.
Yeah.
That's why,
And
like,
remember that's an armed force from foreign soil, and feel free to put them down.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And that's why, like, with the legal stuff, I 100% agree with you. Like, I definitely think that is all definitely real. But my point earlier that I was saying was people who are willing to do that kind of thing, they don't give two shits about the law, and they will just, you can say, well, but it won't matter. They're on the other end of the barrel.
Well, those people that come over here, they'll be from a social class where they took the job for the money, and while they get here, they're going to make the best of their situation. The sovereignty, security, or being respectful of the populace here, at no point is going to come into their set of mental guidelines of how they should conduct themselves. They're going to do whatever they can get away with. And believe me, if you've seen them in action in other countries, their supervision levels are pretty low. And
like the working, what is it, in Africa, they have basically, how to put this in a way, ladies, children that are used for entertainment. They don't care about whether
they're
that's
constantly
okay or
being
not.
exposed doing that kind of stuff. They use food as a weapon. They say, well, we want you to do this, and if you don't do that, then we're not going to cooperate with the food relief program. So then they can they can influence behavior. We were doing that in Afghanistan up until the moment that we left, by the way. And when I say we, I mean the UN. So I'm not roping myself into that, but what I mean is that was being tolerated over there, using food as a weapon system. But then once the food is distributed to the different key locations, then the people that hand the food out use it as a form of currency. Like, yes, I'm supposed to give this to you, but I'm not going to do it unless you do something for me,
And also the fact that, like, they pretty much got them on the drip line or IV or whatever, so that they lost all of their self-sufficiency. I think you said that at one point, and it really struck home to me. And that's exactly what we've done here.
And that was, we're kind of going on like a shitload of different conversations here, but no, that always blew my mind, where there were these people that were from what just 20 short years ago was a farm town, and no one grows anything there anymore because their food is delivered. Yeah, maybe they got some cucumbers going or something, but I mean, these people used to be relatively self-sufficient. Everything they ate, they grew. And 20 years later, a truck shows up, they get all the stuff. And you talk to these kids, they say, no, I want to be a computer programmer. And you're like, well, what about being a farmer? And they're like, wait, who's a farmer anymore? And you're like, well, dude, when these trucks stop showing up, you're going to wish you were a farmer. And they're like, these trucks have been showing up my whole life. Why would these trucks ever stop showing up here? You know, they argue with you. And then I stop and I'm thinking, like, this kid's whole life, the UN truck has been showing up. That he doesn't know any different. You know, he doesn't even know. We have more knowledge of what life was like in his place before the UN was there than he does. You know, it's pretty crazy if you think about it.
Yep.
And they're all starving now. So yeah, you know, I'd hate to have won that argument, but I'm pretty sure by now I did. You know,
Sucks to be right.
Well, that's that, socialist type thing. The government's not. You need to provide for yourself, man. And that's people lost so much touch with that. It's just whip into McDonald's and get the Big Mac. And then they get nowadays, used to at least at one point, they were still putting in the hard work to earn the money. Well, now it's like not even that. Now just hook me up with this card and I can walk in there and it's like, oh, you started running into headaches with that. So now it's available everywhere. You can go into a gas station anywhere, your EBT thing. It's like, what kind of shit is that?
I like convenience. I like technology. I like being able to use like the advances that we've had as a society. The problem is that we didn't realize that we became dependent on it. And
never
that's
bothered to
dangerous.
look at the other side of the coin.
I mean, because you're like, there's a washing machine washing my clothes. Like, I don't have to sit there for hours scrubbing it across the board. You know, I can just do this. And now I have more time to do, Sorry, I'm all over the place today.
Uh-oh, my eggs are going on lockdown today.
Ooh, cool.
So I guess I better do something.
Chicken farmer.
Hey, I want some damn eggs and some chicken breast every now and then.
Mm-hmm. Although I got to tell you, your egg layers are not going to taste like your grocery store chicken. You just put that shit in a pot.
Right.
Oh yeah, they're fresh.
Because they don't have. Well, no, tough. Because what you do is at the end of their life or their laying, time, then you eat the hen or the rooster. Extra roosters.
Yep.
yeah,
I'll be right back.
we had some chickens here, you know, and
Mm-hmm.
that kind of ended right when I got here. So my knowledge of raising chickens, and it's kind of funny because I was being kind of relied on, and my wife and we kind of were taking it over, but it was already like the chickens weren't really laying anymore, and they were older, and
Mm-hmm.
the bobcats were just preying on them at that point. They knew they were in there, and they wanted them bad.
So then they went bye-bye.
Well, they got lucky a couple times, and then my stepfather, he was trying to basically kind of like let them go because they weren't laying anymore. And he's that kind of person where he was like, well, if they're not producing for me, then I don't want to mess with them at all. You know, he was attached to them, but he had started experiencing heart failure years before that. He just didn't have the energy for it, and he just didn't give a shit anymore, you know? And like he wanted them to go loose, you know, but I was kind of trying to tell him like, man, you can't really do that here, you know? And he tried to turn them loose, and God, I don't know how many days, the last ones he set them free finally because he wanted to do it so bad. And they didn't even make it 2-3 days, you know? I mean, they were history after that.
Yeah, they were toast.
But they were.
That's the thing. You've got a lot of predators down there.
Well, what was crazy was we had so many black snakes here at one point because the rats were they were preying on the food that he was leaving for the chickens, and at night it just became this murder scene where black snakes were coming in and just taking out these rats. But I went in there one time, and the way he had it set up, he had a steel trash can with the feed in it, and I moved the trash can because it was like only 1/3 full, so I could actually move it without disrupting anything, and I lifted the cinder blocks that the thing was sitting on. There was a tunnel system like Viet Cong style. It went from outside. It went from outside of the chicken coop to inside, and the rats would use it to go in there. And right where the hole was, they knocked 2 holes right there on one side and the other where they had babies, the little pinkies, so they could run out, get food, come back, and then they would like take care of the babies right there at the opening. And I was like, my God, they're like trying to colonize this place, you know?
I had
And
one that
the
ate half
snakes, I guess they would hold there because I guess they could defend from the black snakes from that little opening. But at night they would send out raiding parties, and they would go and hit all the stuff and they would take every loose scrap of feed that they could get their hands on, and they would empty that little feed trough that he had going. But the snakes would wait until the rats did that. They would come out. They'd get 1 or 2 of them every night, but they couldn't get all of them. But there was this whole little battle happening in there. It was kind of crazy. But when we got rid of the whole place, and I bought a little 22 like peacemaker looking revolver, and I had the snake shot in it, and I blasted a couple rats with it. But man, you got to be real quick to get them. It's a whole lot harder than it sounds. But
I still have one.
I was trying to help a little, but it didn't work. Kind of gave up on that pretty quick. But yeah, once the chickens were gone and the feed was out and all that stuff, because I gave the feed to the fish over time.
One sec, bug out. All right,
Yeah.
D-Dog, later, brother. Have a great day.
Oh yeah, see you later, man.
There he went.
Oh, bye,
He was out. He
D-Dog.
was running out of power.
Oh, yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Crap. I just have to plug in.
But yeah, my snake count went down too, and those were the good snakes. I kind of liked having them around, so that we kind of suffered a little bit due to that.
What, the snake count went down because you got rid of the chickens?
Well, without those rats trying to move in, a food source for the snakes went away. So some of the snakes moved on, and then some of them stayed here.
Oh, gotcha.
But we probably had 5 times more at that point. Everywhere you went, you'd see one at one point.
Mm-hmm.
There's still a couple of them that live under the house here, and I don't want them to leave. I hope they stay here because that's my pest control.
Oh yeah, true. Because you don't have the cats outside, they can't get the mice. So
Right. So I rely on the snakes to do it.
Lord have mercy, kiss him.
legs and shorts. Oh, Nikki, when you were up, you should have showed us the ducklings. Dang it. She had duckling patch. One of her ducks finally figured out how to do it.
That's pretty cool.
Ducks are like so stinking cute. Way cuter
Right.
than chicks.
Why do
And then they grow up and then they're messy.
how is it that ducks are so much greasier than chicken though? Like, what is the deal with that?
Because they live in the water.
But they look the same, they act the same, right? You'd figure they would kind of be the same, but they're quite different from each other.
Well, not if their
Don't they have more of a red
existence
meat?
is mainly, if they're aquatic, then they might have that oil is what helps them repel water, or maybe it helps in some long run. Maybe that's why they're greasy there.
Or maybe they
Help
got
them
that
float.
subcutaneous fat layer for buoyancy or something.
There you go. There's always
Just
that.
thinking. Yeah, so they can float and then maybe keep warm too. Because if you think about it, like
being in the water so much. I mean, think about it. Beaver has a lot of fat too.
Mm-hmm.
I'm betting like muskrat.
Yeah, maybe there's something to that.
I would think. I don't know. All I know is that plucking ducks sucks.
I'm thinking, you know, for shit hit the fan, do more with less. I think if you were doing stock pots and you diced up a duck, it would import that fat that you would be missing from other things. You know, that grease could actually work for you instead of against you. You know, maybe.
Well, yeah, it's kind of like people. So the pigs I have, the coonies, they're like a lard pig, is what they call them, because you have like your meat pigs and then you have your lard pigs. The lard pigs generally are smaller and a lot of their weight is fat, which is great with the marbling and everything. But you take all of that excess fat and then you can use that for your cooking and everything else. And especially if they're pasture raised, the quality of that fat, the way it's put together.
Oh man, I learned that big time making pemmican. The difference between grass-fed tallow and otherwise is like it doesn't even look like the same stuff. It's not even the same. It's not even close.
Night and day.
I still need to make pemmican. Well, the color is even different.
Oh like, yeah, it's like grass-fed, pasteurized, tallow, beef tallow. It almost looks like chapstick that hasn't been dyed. It's got a really super clean look to it, almost like a piece of soap almost, you know? And in fact, they use it to make soap. And that's probably why. That's probably why it looks like soap, because that soap is made out of tallow still, you know? And it's funny that these hippies are like, oh man, no cruelty to animals. But then they get the 100% like homogeneous natural soap. And it's like, how do you think the fat from the cow got into that? You know? Like, but we're not talking about that, I guess.
They do avocados, you know, that kind of thing.
Oh, so they figured it out? Okay, that's good.
So I made lard soap from my own lard once. And the smell, you'd think that it would smell like it, but it doesn't. It's really interesting. Because that was my concern, was that it was, you know, because you take a shower, you want to smell good. But you
should read the short story "Enemy Mine" by Isaac Asimov, because a pretty good chunk of the book is him trying to figure out how to make soap. He's on a planet with an alien, and this alien and he are trying to figure out how to make soap, because it's one of the things that a human needs, because the crashed spaceship was an alien ship, so that guy's basically got all the stuff he needs, but the human didn't, you know. So it's kind of like Castaway with an alien, you know. And like they're trying to figure out how to make soap. It's funny, it's hilarious, but like, you know, it's weird that a sci-fi movie with all these huge undertones or overtones, I guess, making soap, I almost was like a primer to try to get people to think more about like self-reliance, even in a sci-fi story back then. You know, like they had to be a lot more sophisticated how they snuck that shit in there back then.
Right.
What was the one with Dennis Quaid and what was it, Luke Gossett Jr. or something?
That was Enemy Mine.
Where they were. Oh, okay, that's the one. I don't remember.
About?
But the book. Well, I don't think that made it to the movie, but it was a short story actually. It wasn't even a book. But it's it's in the story, but it, you know, that's not anywhere near exciting enough for it to be like, you know, in the movie.
See, those are the things that excite me the most. It's like when I read like those post-apocalyptic novels or whatever. Yeah, fine, there's a story. What I like is the ideas that I get from them. You know, like, oh, who'd have thunk? You know, maybe you should have key points of your where you are that maybe you should cut off. And other stuff like that. Stuff I don't think about all the time. Thumbnail alien. Oh, we got some jokes about beavers.
Yeah, and I've had some. I'm not even going to call it real life stuff because it's not even serious. But I've been distracted lately by a lot of extraneous bullshit, and it's been kind of refreshing not to have my head just stuck thinking about this stuff so much. But at the same time, like, I also know that things are happening so rapidly that I'm sure I miss stuff. I know there's things that have happened in the last couple of days that I didn't catch because I didn't have my finger on the pulse.
Yeah, well, and I take intentional breaks sometimes because you know what? The world keeps spinning and it doesn't change my objective. It's helpful to know what direction to go in. And it's hard to predict the direction that things will go in. That's the frustrating part for me. It would be really great if I knew exactly what was going to happen so I could set myself up. And
Well,
others.
it's ramping up though, and here's the funny part that I'm starting to hear, because you try to put a couple things together where people can kind of teach each other stuff. I'm talking in the physical world, in the real world, not the internet world. You know what I mean? And now everyone's afraid to do anything because they're afraid of who else is going to be there. Like they really, like, the shadow that they've cast has been successful because you try to do any kind of training and people are like, well, who are these people that are going to be there? And you're like, don't worry. They're just like us. Well, I don't know them. And I'm like, and they don't know you. They're saying the same thing about you, man. And now people are like reluctant. They're reluctant to meet each other and to exchange ideas. And I'm like, hey, I got an idea. Why don't you not say anything illegal while you're around these people and you got nothing to worry about, And I don't know, man. I've never seen law-abiding citizens so afraid to try to learn something ever in my life before.
Well, it's like a paranoia thing.
Yeah, it really is. And
I'm guilty of that. I really am. Like real life with people, I'm like, I don't know if I trust you.
well, we all are. I mean, I am too. But I've been trying to there's a due diligence that has to unfortunately be in place. But like for example, doing a stop the bleed course. It's a medical course, right? First aid, we're talking normal shit, right?
People get paranoid about that.
Well, they don't know who's putting the class on. The guy putting the class on doesn't know who the students are showing up. These guys don't know who these guys are, and blah 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 blah. And I'm like, hey, this is a chance for you to meet people. And the way I see it, and my shit still goes to the very final straw, which is if you get infiltrated by an FBI guy or two or three, or in the Gretchen Whitmer case, 90% of the people there were federal agents, but like, it's like, shit, man, give me 10 federal agents, because if the shit goes down and they're stuck with me, they're going to be stuck with me. I mean, I got nothing to hide. You know what I mean? Like, shit.
Bug Out TT1 said your rifle build was awesome, dude.
Yeah, that upper was the same one I painted. Did I make a video of that last one? But I got that ACOG fixed. That ACOG's actually from Afghanistan. That's on it, that 4-power. And I had to send it to the factory and get it fixed. And then I finally got the bipod, the Magpul bipod. That's the first one I bought because they cost like $104. And I'm like, why do they cost so much? And I, being a FUD and getting all stupid about the money, I was like, well, I'm not buying one if they're that much. That's just dumb. And I finally just broke down and bought one. And then I got an IR light on it. So it does have an IR capability. It's got a bipod and it's got a 4-power. So that's why I was thinking it could be in the squad leader designator, because it has a little bit of marksmanship. Like it ticks that box a little bit, and it ticks with the IR, you could use it to flood an area if people were using nods. And it's portable enough that, it could be used as a standard rifle as well. You probably couldn't clear rooms with it or anything, but other than that, it's only an 18-inch, so it's not too long, Yeah.
So the room clearing has more to do with like the size. You want shorter Yeah.
Well, yeah, because when you're in,
Maneuverability.
if you're in hallways and you're cutting corners and stuff like that, you telegraph, because if you have 10 more inches of barrel and you move that angle of that rifle out, the guys down the hallway, this bad guy's going, are they here yet? And then they see the top of a rifle just stick out from up on the top of the hallway, and they're like, ooh, they're getting ready to come around here. Now that guy has X amount of seconds to be ready, where you don't know he's there, but now he knows that you're there, you know? And then the other one is your maneuverability. Once you're inside, wheeling that long barrel around is, you know, things work easier if you have a shorter rifle, if you're doing inside stuff.
Cumbersome.
Okay.
Cumbersome. Yeah. There you go.
And for the same reason, mobile teams tend to use shorter rifles as well, because they're getting in and out of vehicles. And if you've ever gotten in and out of a vehicle a bunch of times, holding a big old 20-inch M16A2, it's not fun. You know, you are not ready when you kick that door open, you know, whereas with the you know, the 10.5 or the 12 or the 14, it's a lot more manageable, you know.
Hey, Bug Out Bill Best Life was saying that the rifle's sick, and then is it a rifle length gas system?
Wait, hang on, let me take a look. I do believe so, but it's yeah, because it's an 18-inch and it goes all the way up to the front sight post almost. Well, where the front sight post would be. So yeah, it's rifle length.
There you go.
So what's the difference between rifle length and pistol length?
Well, the one
Is it like a certain
difference
number of inches?
when the barrel is smaller, to get enough gas. With the rifle you're getting, things change yet again because you have a long stroke piston. Okay, we'll talk about that in a second. But the direct impingement that the regular AR uses, there's a hole in the top of the barrel. So when you shoot, the bullet is pressurizing that gas, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, as your bolt is unlocking, it's got to rotate those bolts, and then the bolt's going to start kicking back. But the bullet flies out of the barrel, and that hole, it's like almost like popping a zit, sort of. It shoots the gas through that hole, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Well, on a rifle system, it's better because the hole is smaller and the pressure is built up. And in it's larger. I think, God, man, I can't remember now. But the aperture size is different. No, it's smaller on the shorter one because there's not enough time for the pressure to build. It's a lot more sloppy and dirtier, where it's a little better on the rifle system. It's a little more precise, and the travel is a lot smoother, you know. But now the thing you need, I don't think that you have a buffer on that Jackal that you were wanting to get. So the architecture is different on the rifle that you're getting. It can use an AR lower, but it doesn't need the AR buffer. So
Yeah, I don't think I saw a buffer there. The entire system, the piston, whatever it's called, up on top, it doesn't require that anymore.
Right. So it reciprocates in a different way. And what happens with the piston is there's a gas block in the front that goes through, it pushes all that stuff happens at the end of the barrel instead of in the chamber, you know? So it keeps the hot air, number one, it keeps the heat, and it keeps the dirt out of where you don't want heat and dirt to be, which is where your chamber is, you know?
Right.
That's the one downside of the AR.
It doesn't require cleaning hardly
as
at
much. Now you're still going to get that fouling from when it kicks those rounds out. There's still going to be fouling that comes from the barrel that gets into your system, but it's going to be nowhere close to what it would be on a direct impingement AR. Now the one thing that we got going for us is American ammo tends to be cleaner, you know. But if you're using a direct impingement AR and you're using dirty Wolf commie ammo, you're going to have problems with fouling. You know, it's just going to happen. Not to mention it's a steel case, and the extractors are real small and tiny on ARs. They're not made for steel case. So over time, thousands of rounds, you would have a problem with your extractor going dull also. But they cost $3. Buy another one. You know, I mean,
Backups.
Problem solved, right?
Bye, Nikki.
Hey, Brenda.
Hey, Jen.
Learning how to replace an extractor and then buying cheap, crappy ammo on a piston rifle, man, the money you'll save over time, it'll pay for itself, like
Okay.
1,000 times over.
That's the hope. Because I need a lot of practice because I am not good at this that I know of.
Amy says X-rated gun talk.
Well, if I were you,
Pistons
I'd get
and
a smooth
extractors.
trigger. Get a smoother trigger put in it, depending on what the poundage is on the trigger. And your husband knows rifles. I mean, if it's got a good trigger on it, then let it go, But if it doesn't, get a nice smooth trigger put in there, because the smooth trigger is going to help you develop that skill where you're not fighting with the tools that you have. The tools are allowing you to develop your skill. You know what I mean? And
Right.
and it's all about squeezes. I just went I just went to the range yesterday to do the state qual for the the armed security license in Florida.
Yeah.
I shot that pistol one time before, because I was using that new one that I have, and I only shot it one time before that, and that was a few months ago. And I went to the range, and it's weird though. In Florida, the range starts at 3 yards, and you're like, how can you miss? But it's really important that you get this stuff. Well, that's a lot of gunfights happen from 3 to 7 yards.
Okay.
A lot of people don't know that, but so at 3 yards, I got my finger. I knocked the rust off of my finger, and by the time I went to 7 yards, my finger was already like, okay, all right, I know what we're doing. I got this, and then when I went to 15 yards, I was just knocking it out of the park. So, it's like, you got to get in the zone. And when you shoot, and I know I'm talking too much, but whatever. But when you shoot, people say, I'm going to shoot for 2 hours. But if you shoot for 2 hours, you might actually be like enforcing negative habits. Shoot until you get out of the zone. Shoot until you get into the zone where everything seems to be working good. When you start losing it, just stop shooting. You're done. Like, and that zone time will get longer and longer the more you shoot and the more practice you put into it. But at first, get a half an hour at the range, because they usually go in half-hour increments. If you shoot for 10 minutes and you just start sucking ass, and your focus is off, and you were just drilling bullseyes, and now you're missing all the time, just pack your shit up and go. It's fine. You don't have to use that full half an hour. The first couple times you shoot, you may only shoot for 10 or 15 minutes, and you lose it.
I got sore the last time I went to the range because we were there forever, and it's like it's a friend's range. Like, he just has a range set up, so we don't have to pay or anything like that, but or have people criticize. But my arms got tired, and it got to the point where I was like, this is fun, but like, I feel like I'm just wasting ammo at this point.
What's fun is the first thing that you shoot, do a pistol, right? Because
Right.
pistols, there's a couple more moving parts. Your body is your support system, and there's a little more going on. If you're fresher and you're shooting a pistol, you're going to be better, right? Well, shoot a pistol for a little while, give 10, 15 minutes on a pistol, then move to your rifle, give that 10 or 15 minutes. And if you feel yourself starting to kind of go, oh man, I'm getting antsy, I'm starting to think about when that rerun of Friends is coming on tonight, and man, a beer sure would taste good right about now. Like, once you start thinking like that, like, don't bother with the rifle, then go to the shotgun and just blow the shit out of your target with a shotgun, because that's fun. And you can do that when you're out of the zone, and it doesn't matter, and then you're good. You're done. 45 minutes, you're out of there,
Okay. Well then, yeah. Okay.
Now later, fast forward 6 months, you might be shooting for 2 hours if you want to, but at first it's going to happen quick.
I can afford the ammo.
It's just like starting to work out. The first time you go to the gym, if you haven't been there in a year, You're like, man, I'm going to destroy these weights. You do a third of the weight that you were lifting before, and you go for a tenth of the time, and you leave there, and you're all embarrassed. But the next day, you feel like an Olympian, man. You're like, every muscle in your body is sore, you know, and you're like, holy crap.
Why am I feeling like that? Sure did sound like it came from personal experience or something.
Oh yeah, did it ever? You know.
Whenever I start to work out after not having worked out in forever, I'm like, oh yeah, you know, pound out some squats or whatever, and I can't walk the next day. Like, and then my husband said to me, he's like, you know, it's a good workout if you dread going to the toilet.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't like that.
What's crazy is like now I get carpal tunnel sometimes, you know, so I'm not trying to be a tough guy, but what I usually do when I do push-ups is I use barbells or dumbbells, you know, so I can have my hands going straight like a fist, kind of, you know, because I don't get that pain if I don't bend my hands. And sometimes when I do push-ups with my hands flat, my wrists hurt so bad because, you know, whatever, you get old, life sucks, right? But I even had that when I was in my 20s. So, you know, I don't know. There's just something about me, I guess.
Wrists.
Too much wrist action. You sprained it at an early age.
Well, you know what's funny though? I used to train to fight when I was a kid a lot, and I think maybe that has something to do with it. But somewhere along the way, I did something to my wrist, man, and so neither here nor there. But doing those Spider-Man push-ups with those dumbbells, the part of your chest that's up by your collarbones that you almost never get, but if you do those Spider-Man push-ups, they get way up there, and you'll do the dumbest stuff, like you're reaching for something in the refrigerator and you're reaching for that top shelf, and your upper chest is just like, nah, we're not doing that, you know, and your hand just literally is just hovering there, and you're trying to make it go further, and it just won't do it, you know, and you're like, wow, okay, I guess that's down for service right now.
Yeah, the worst is if I do it wrong, then I screw something up.
Man, I was cramping real bad when I was in that pool. My feet and my calves were cramping insanely.
Really?
Yes. It was weird. I got out and they were fine. But in there, I don't know what it was, but
Well,
that was a nightmare. I gotta say, it felt really good while I was there, but I'm telling you, I said it earlier, whoever talks this whole anti-gravity ain't real shit. Well, all I can tell you is I felt it as I walked up out of that pool. As soon as my waistline cleared the water level,
yeah,
I could feel the weight sink on my spine, and I almost lost my step. It was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
It wasn't until yesterday that I actually got back to being active because, oh man, that was a wake-up call.
There was it's funny. It's the girl that taught my daughter how to swim, by the way. Actually, there was a girl that I was dating for a little while, and she had tried out for the Olympics years ago. I don't know if she ever made the cut on that or not because we kind of split up or whatever. But she was a swim instructor and a lifeguard at the university pool where she was going to college, and they had a physical therapy thing in the pool, and every once in a while she would work these and a lot of times they were elderly people, just because people that had just had hip replacements and stuff like that, you know what I mean? But every once in a while, you know, you get a couple veterans that got dinged up or whatever, but she would go, and the current would go one direction. So like if you sat on an inner tube, it would just push you right through the place, you know. Well, getting the people to get them on walking, at first they would walk with the current pushing them, so then they can get the motions of moving their legs and stuff back and all that. And then as they were continuing with the therapy, eventually they would go against the current where it was harder to walk than in real life, and they could focus on their form, you know. And it was really cool to watch it, man. It was stuff that I never really paid attention to before because didn't even know it existed, but I kind of really got enamored with it because I was like, man, that's crazy. Because when nobody was there, I would swim in that lane and use the opposing current because it would help you get all ripped and your beach muscles look all good and stuff. It was a lifetime ago.
Well, and I will say now, rehab wise, it would have been awesome because I could feel how I was able to use some of my thigh muscles that I normally can't because I just can't make those moves because of my spine. And so, but I think what got me was the fact that I have pieces of vertebrae that have ruptured those discs. So that shit's floating. And
Yeah.
then whenever I went in buoyancy, all of a sudden I stretched that shit out. Well, when it started to come back together, it started poking in new places.
Oh
Yeah.
no, really?
When I would have, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I wasn't saying anything. I was just like, damn.
Well, when I would have traction on my neck, because I had a pretty bad blowout of a disc in my neck, and it actually screwed up my my tricep. My right tricep, part of it is paralyzed because of the nerve damage from that. It's like pretty weird, but you know, you mess your neck up, and then your arm is what hurts. You know, you're like, what's going on here? And it seems like, well, I have no idea what caused this. And then they're like, no. When they look at the X-ray, they're like, we know exactly what caused this. But anyhow, the traction that they would put me in, the pain would instantly go away, right? And then as time went by, and at first it took minutes for it to go back, but after it would take longer every time I would do it, you know. But it got to the point where the traction, they could increase the weight also, but they were starting to increase the weight where my upper back was getting stretched too, as well as my neck, you know. And if somebody didn't help me up, I couldn't get up right away, because when I would move to, like, you know, that sort of crunch position where you start to get up, those bones were just floating, you know, because they were pushed past the cushion of the the stuff in between your vertebrae.
Yep.
And I would pinch my spinal cord when I would be trying to get up, and it hurt so bad, like getting tased almost. And I would always ask the lady, like, can you help me up? And she's like, you're a grown ass man, you can get up on yourself. And I'm like, no, yeah, like, it hurts, you know. And she hated helping me up for some reason. And I was just looking at her like, don't you get paid to work here? Shut the F up and, like, grab my hand, you know. But whatever.
That's how I actually ended up with my neck. I thought it was in my shoulder. I thought I blew my damn shoulder out. Kind of
Under
find
my
out.
shoulder blade. That's where it started. Yeah.
Yeah. Ended up having 3 discs in my neck.
Yeah. So we kind of, that's your C5, C6 right there.
4, 5, and 6.
Yep.
Oh wow. Because what? There's only 5 or 7, and then 12, and then 5, I think.
Something
and it was actually weird because, dude, it took a year and a half before finally it was like, look, man, here's all I'm telling you. It's like a freaking hot poker going through my arm. And all your MRIs, all your CAT scans, I don't know, but I
had the same thing. They couldn't see it. Yeah.
Nope. They sent me to an old man. It was an old doctor up in North Texas part. And dude, it was so ironic because I went up to see him and he just called me in. He just told me to walk me through your day. Tell me what you were doing. So I just kind of came as one. He goes, come up and walked around, and he turned my head a little bit, cocked it to the side, pushed down. He goes, now do your arm. And I went, oh yeah. And he goes, oh yeah, that's 4 or 5 and probably 6. And then I spent another 9 months trying to convince him, going, this is what the dude said. We don't think you said shoulder. I'm just telling you what he just said. Finally, they did that. Bam, 4, 5, and 6, just like he said. But that was an old school doctor who was going off of experience and wisdom, you know, not just, I got a degree, I'm smarter than you.
Well, mine was my mom, and at this time we don't even live in the same state at this point, you know. She's going, look, I'm telling you, go to a chiropractor. And man, chiropractors have changed since I last paid attention. Let's put it that way. You know, my ex-wife used to work for a chiropractor, and like I would go, I was in a chiropractor's office a lot, and I would just be, I'm just looking at this guy like, you are such a witch doctor, man. You know, like this is bullshit. But man, now chiropractors know what the hell they're doing these days, man. You know, and that guy looked at my X-rays. He sent me to get X-rays done because of course. The other guys wouldn't release the X-rays so that the guy could look at them, you know. So that already tells you, you know, where you're going there. They're like, no, we're going to shut this dude out all the way because we don't want them. They wanted to do an exploratory surgery on me, is what they wanted to do. They wanted to cut me open and just poke around and look. And who knows how much that would have cost, but I had really good insurance. So the last thing they wanted to do was take an x-ray and see what was wrong. So MRIs and exploratory surgery, yeah, we'll do that all day long, but just take a simple x-ray and have somebody that knows what the hell they're talking about look at it. Oh no, we're not going to do that, you know? And
Right.
this
The medical
chiropractor,
community, they don't
Yeah, go
like chiropractors. I used to work for chiropractors. They hate them, but you know what? If you get a good one, they're incredible.
well,
I had one
5
stop a
seconds,
migraine.
the guy took the x-ray out of the envelope, stuck it on the little light thing, and he went, well, there's your problem. Like right as it hit the light, he said, well, there you go. And he was like, can you see it? And at first I didn't know what he was talking about. And I was like, no. And then he pointed at it and I was like, oh yeah, that looks crooked. He's like, yeah, you know. Then he's like, you see all that stuff? I'm like, yeah. He's like, that's calcium. That shouldn't be there either. And yeah. That dude fixed me though.
They did my ultrasound on my legs, and they said that one, I have moderate bilateral lower extremity inflow disease, and then I have moderate bilateral extremity stenosis.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm supposed to see some neurosurgeon dude now. I don't know.
Well, depending on the severity of what's going on, and yours is pretty severe. Like either a chiropractor can help, but some things they won't touch.
Well, you know if it'll work or not. That's the thing. If it works, it works. And the cool part about the chiropractor end is they can attempt to do a procedure, and if you don't realize that it works, then it doesn't work. You know? I mean, it's that easy. And that's what the guy told me. He was like, well, we can try something. And I was like, well, how will we know if it doesn't work? He's like, well, let's put it this way. If it does work, you'll know. And you'll know within 5 minutes. And sure enough, man, the pain just went away, you know?
What if you had something, though, that was causing that, and when that pumping actually caused it to, like, cut into the nerve ending, or, you know, that's what's been my biggest concern, because I have had 2 MRIs, so I do know I've got the lower ones are disintegrated. Like my bottom disc right next to my tailbone, that's gone. They said that in the first one.
Well, it forms it has habits. I forget what that's called, but it sets by way of habit, you know. So if your disc sits cocked forward at a 10-degree angle, it's going to want to go back to that same position. So in the beginning, you don't use as much weight. You stretch it just a little bit, and you get that jelly that you have left used to stretching it just a little bit, you know, and then it falls back to where it is, but it gets a little less resistant to being stretched the next time and the next time and the next time. Then after a couple weeks, they can actually put some real pressure on it, and it'll go back to that memory that it has of being set in the same place. And my neck still does it now, but now I know how to pop it to kind of move it around and sort of undo it. But man, I still dream about traction. Like if I could afford one, I would buy one and have it in the house, because
you can make one. You can make an easy one. You just need to take
I know I've made them
under your chin, go up on the door, do your water bag.
I've done those, and it's not the same thing. It's not. I did it with the last time I did it, I used 3 milk jugs, and it hurt the skin on my neck, but the bone didn't, you know, it didn't. I couldn't sit there long enough for it to let go, you know, where like when I'm laying on that table and I'm locked in, and the way that the compression table works is it pulls a little bit, then it lets go. Then it'll slowly pull a little bit and let go. And you have to trick your body, because it's an autonomic response. Your muscles will tense when it feels that pressure, you know? When it pulls and lets go and pulls and lets go, your body goes, oh, this is normal. This is, I don't have to worry about that. And then your autonomic part of your brain kind of forgets about it and then just lets it happen, you know? With the milk jugs, I sit down and I got 20 pounds of pressure just ripping at my head, and my neck's like, yeah, we're not going to let that pull on us. That ain't happening. And then
why don't you lay on your bed and just do it where it goes off the edge of the bed, so then the weight will be pulling your head just along the length of the bed, so your body can just be laying flat.
That's maybe I'll whip something together one of these days to work on that. Now those gravity tables that flip, you know,
Yeah.
I was using those when I was working in the Aleutian Islands. I was using one of those, and as far as my back went, man, that thing was great. I was using that for my back, but it didn't help for my neck, you know. So
I will say, since in chat they're talking about the milk jugs, you can also tie a short piece of rope to a milk jug
I saw that.
and put it on a closet rod or a stick or something and sit there and roll it up and build your grip up and your forearm muscles.
yeah, the yoga rollers work for everything but the neck also. I've tried
Are
all
you
that
talking
shit,
about the
man.
spiky ones?
Huh?
The spiky ones?
Well, some of
The
them
little
have
ones.
that stuff on it. Some of them just look like pool noodles
roll.
almost, but they're harder, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But
See, my neck now, I already I have a solid piece of bone and a titanium plate in there, so I don't try to pop it, and I ain't fixing to go to no chiropractor and let nobody pop that.
yeah, you're probably smart to do that.
Well, hey man, I got ran over and was lucky it didn't crack right there, titanium for the win. But if I'd have had a helmet on, it would have. My orthopedic guy told me that. He goes, I won't write it down, but I'm gonna tell you now, if you had had a helmet, we'd be having a different conversation right now, because they would have transferred the whole shock of the impact when I hit my head and landed at first. They would have transferred it all to the neck. Where with no helmet on, my body started absorbing it the minute my head hit the pavement.
Whoa. And then, if you think about it, when you hit your head, in your particular case, you missed all your vital spots. So you were fine.
That's
drank
wild.
milk.
You didn't have a helmet on?
No.
Yeah, it's that freaking hard head.
I told you earlier, I didn't make that shit up. That wasn't hyperbole. I've been smacked upside with a stick. I mean, yeah, you'll make me shake my head. I'm gonna blink a few times, but that's the wrong spot to hit me, just so we're clear. In case anybody wanted that for future information, that is not the place to do it. I will be laughing.
So don't smack you upside your head.
No, that won't work. You will just get my undivided attention. Anywhere
That
else,
is
you
just
might
wrong.
get the, but just not my head. I drank milk. I was raised on whole milk and red meat and potatoes. And milk does do the body good.
Right there.
I got proof. Been ran over, been shot, fallen off of a few roofs.
I think your head is better at absorbing the concussion because there's nothing inside of it, and it allows it to reverberate better.
No, actually, it's just the opposite, bug out. See, but then I wouldn't, I understand, because
There's no
there's
room for
people
wiggle.
like y'all are down there. So, yeah, see, mine is so full of knowledge that it didn't have a lot of shaking room. So,
Like, did
if
you
it had
notice
been
when
empty, it would have been the echoing. It would have had like a reverb effect and probably shattered.
you know how, like, when you were in that pool the other day and you stuck your head in the water and just shot right back up to the top like a beach ball? That's because it's empty, man. It's like a flotation device.
Is this why I sink when I go in the water? I try to float and I just don't.
No, you just ain't got no meat on your bones, so it is. You ain't nothing but a few twigs just going to the
The
bottom.
other theory. I think it's because my head's so full.
Oh, is that what it is? But you're not very big, so that wouldn't be a lot of weight.
Pulls me right down. Your chat's gone off the rails.
Oh yeah, Kiss Off is on the verge of a cold shower at any moment now.
Right.
She's done had a couple of cigarettes afterwards, so it's been an exciting morning for her.
With there's very small rocks.
And yes, you gotta like your jugs. Flotation devices.
One could hope.
That's probably the only thing about like some kind of water rescue that would be enjoyable.
Probably. What?
When you do the loop around, when you do the hug.
Oh.
But you're just too focused.
You want to talk about something adorable if you're dying in the water. And I don't always use those two terms simultaneously, but one of the places in Coronado where we were training. Hold on, man. Give me a second. I'll make sense out of it. I promise.
Okay.
But we were doing a lot of the water training and a bunch of other stuff, and we were going down to Coronado, in San Diego. And one of the people that work there are the rescue swimmers and stuff for the Navy, right? And they have those orange helicopters. At least at the time they were orange. I don't know what they look like now, but they had the orange helicopters. They go out, and if like somebody fell overboard, or if like there was a plane crash or something, and people were like swimming, they'd run out there and try to save all the people. But they had Newfoundlands that would jump out of the helicopters and swim to the people, and they'd have life vests on so the people could grab onto them, and then they would wait until the rescuers could get to them.
Okay, that is adorable. I see.
But when you see a helicopter full of Newfoundlands slobbering all over each other, just taking off and flying away, you're like, what? I want to die in the water,
Dude.
Pretty sure the orange helicopters are Coast Guard, right?
Yes.
I don't know. Whatever. I know they all answered
Actually,
it. Hey,
I'm very
you.
sure.
Hey, you. Yeah, what's up?
Oh man, so somebody joined the Coast Guard and they were in like the canine division, but it's not like drug dogs, body dogs, or attack dogs. They would be like saving dogs. That would be a cool job.
Don't you mean combat dogs?
Whatever.
I've never. That's a term. I was kept abreast on that term by somebody else who apparently is an expert.
Right. Circling back.
Yeah.
Oh
anyway.
shit. She's back. Circle back.
Who's? No.
Yeah, you said it,
going
girl. You said it. You said, "Hey, I got a set of French doors. Let me open these bad boys wide open." That was all straight. You, the redhead herself, said, "We're gonna circle back."
And he's not talking about the Wendy's girl either.
That's it.
But she has cute pigtails.
He's talking about Peppermint Pasaki.
Peppermint Pasaki.
But yeah, imagine if you got into the canine program in the Coast Guard and you wrote all your friends and you're like, I'm going to have a Belgian Malinois. I'm pretty much going to kill people. I'm going to take down Osama bin Laden. And then they give you this fat, flabby Newfoundland dog that like is only active for like 20 minutes a day. The thing's like a house cat that weighs like 300 pounds,
Oh God, that would be so cool.
And then you got to write all your friends and go,
dog.
Never mind. I will never be in combat ever.
No, you just put one of those tactical like vests on them and then, pull their hair back a little bit.
Hell, they're so big.
It's a mouth.
Put a side holster on the side. That could be AR-15 holster right there.
Oh, dude, I used to cart train them when I was a kid. My folks bred Newfoundlands when I was little, and I would train them to pull carts, and dude, they love it. Yeah. They're not all, at least the way I did it. I would find the ones that kind of had an aptitude for it, and the ones that didn't want to have anything to do with it, I just said whatever later. And then the ones that liked it, I would use give them treats for doing stuff, and then get them, just hook the cart up to them. Leave it on for a little while and take it off, give them some treats, and then after a while you have them pull the cart, then you start putting stuff in it. And by the time we would sell the dogs, man, they were sledding a couple 100 pounds on those carts,
Hell yeah.
and they liked it.
That's freaking
Like they
cool.
wanted
Well,
to
I
do
mean,
it.
that was kind of what they were bred for, right? Was they were bred to rescue, you know?
They're work dogs.
Or is that
Yeah,
another one?
and no, you're thinking of Saint Bernards, but
Maybe I'm
Newfoundlands did
thinking
it
Saint
also.
Bernard.
And
Interesting.
the Saint Bernard that you see today is not what a Saint Bernard was back in the day. The Saint Bernards had some kind of a congenital, like genetic condition, and they were starting to die out. And they bred Landseer Newfoundlands with them to save the breed. So now Saint
Really?
Bernards are basically Newfoundlands. You know, like they share a lot of DNA with Newfoundlands now. So they're anyway. I know nobody cares. You probably just lost 5 more people, but whatever.
No, actually, that's the kind of shit that I find interesting.
Monty said
But,
this
yeah.
is freaking funny listening to y'all at faster playback speed.
Oh, I bet. Yeah,
Oh.
I've done that a lot.
Some people
Especially-
sound better.
Or you can get past some parts faster.
Yeah, well, yeah, because some of streams, man, I'll go to listen and it's like the repetitiveness of like, man, overexcited. So yeah, fast forward kind of shoots past those moments.
No, the best is like if somebody talks really slowly like I do and you speed it up, then they sound kind of sort of normal. And then,
Are you trying to say you have a
then
you
it goes
reach
to
a
normal
point where you
speed?
sound normal?
No.
With the
I
help
don't
of
sound normal.
technology, is what she said.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Okay.
My problem is that I talk really fast sometimes, and then I slow down to where I sound like I'm on drugs, and you could never really get it right. You'd have to have a slider bar instead of just a button, you know?
What do you mean like you're on drugs?
Like a facsimile
kinda
that
like-
would appear as if. How's that?
I still there's fumes leaking from those bats. There's a whiff every now and then.
Y'all are killing me. And I'm filling up a water cup, y'all. All right.
Beef in.
And
There
about
it
to
goes.
topple my Berkey. Oopsie.
Wah, 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 wah.
Uh-oh.
Everybody, you need to close your sliding glass doors. You gotta circle back to that.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
I can't believe actually my internet's working, which is kind of cool because it's been really bad. Like worse and worse.
Well, you know, maybe they need the communication in the area, so you're getting the bonus.
There you go. My supervisor didn't take a break today. Those mouths, though, they're really cool. I didn't realize they train them so that they can pick them up and literally throw them through the air for them to land in places. Am I still breaking up?
No.
There was this one my husband was helping to train because he'd put on the bite suit and stuff. And one of them, he ended up injuring himself and dying because he compressed his cervical spine by not twisting right. It was really sad, actually. And those dogs are super expensive. The good ones.
I think Bug Out's doing something.
Oh, yeah.
No, I was. It's kind of funny, but somebody was just asking me about vertebrae, and I wonder where they got that idea.
Everybody's gonna start getting ads for therapy or cervical shit or
Chiropractors,
chiropractor. Yeah,
supplements. Those always
man,
come
it
hand in hand.
happens. It happens to me so much. I thought about recording some of it to show y'all because we talk about so much different stuff, and so people might be coming and going. But I guess because since I'm the main one, dude, if I go to somewhere, all the little ad things that pop up, and I'll just sit back and I can look like if my wife comes there going, "Hey, go to Facebook and look at this." I'm like, "Oh shit." Bam. Okay. Advil. And then all this, and it's like all the topics that might have been talked the night before: goofy shit, pocket knife, tent, dog food, plant.
I've seen that too. Or I'll watch a stream like that I missed Tribe last night, right? I think it was Tribe. So I still need to go back and listen to that. But I figure I'll do that on the tractor later. But you'll see ads for various things or recommendations of videos for various things that were mentioned in the stream. So we definitely have listeners.
Well, and it's the marketing. You know, I see it different than a lot, I think, but because I just remember, man, the old days of when all of a sudden you started getting these stupid things in your mailbox. And if you filled out one of those cards, oh man, you would get flooded. So then there was kind of like a trend of like, oh no, don't do, you don't want to fill those out. And then it kind of died down. But then the internet came about and the emails, and then everybody wanted your email.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'd get flooded. Well, see, now they don't give a shit. You're on all the digital platforms, so we just got to throw it here, and it can go out to all the mobile. It can go to desktops. It can go to TV. It can go anywhere. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, no, I was gonna say like it's a bombarding thing. Like I have ridiculous number of emails. I've started up new emails just so that I can find actual emails. They don't get flooded. And I've thought about going through and like unsubscribing, but that's a lot of work.
Kiss off. All I'll say is if there's no video, it never happened. That's all I can. That's what I've learned. That's what they say. No video, it never happened. So.
Chiropractor. Moose is being all funny.
Rest says I talk with my hands. Well, it depends on what I'm trying to say.
I don't know. I talk with my mouth.
Emphasizing, then I might need to emphasize so you can get the emphasization. But if it's just you can sit, I just say our shoulder shrug.
You just want an excuse to do jazz hands again.
Oh, he's trying to coax me into doing that again.
Mm-hmm. I'm still disappointed you didn't twerk the other day. Like that was a big letdown.
Well, but okay, then I did my part. So I'm feeling a lot better now because now I've been able to help you learn how to deal with disappointment. So you've been able to achieve something positive out of this. This is a good thing.
Is that what you were doing? So that was the whole point there.
Exactly.
Okay.
See?
I mean, I've never experienced disappointment in my life, so.
Now you did. And now you know you can make it through it.
Mm-hmm.
You're stronger than you realize.
Thank you, Rescue.
There you go. See? Look, G-Ma says, thank God. See?
Hey, G-Ma.
No, actually, I'm holding my mod, Marnie. I'm sitting forward. Gives my spine a rest.
I actually do talk with my hands some, I think. I'm not sure though. You know how like you can see yourself and it's weird?
You can say that again?
When you see yourself like on a video or something.
Oh, yeah.
It throws me off because I don't think that I do that, but I do.
I have been accused of that before.
What? Talking with your hands?
Yeah.
Especially when you don't know you're on camera.
Well, I grew up that way. My mom was part coon-ass. My stepmom was part coon-ass. Well, actually, she was 3/4 coon-ass. And I grew up around Louisiana, so you just get people that talk all the time. So it's just natural.
What's coon-ass? Hello? Can you hear me?
I don't know what it is either.
What?
What's kunas?
Louisiana mixed French. I think it was what? French with black and damn, was it the European? I forgot how it actually gets broke down, but it's a mix of people.
Genetic
And
mix.
it's usually like when I was growing up, it just most of the people, if you came from the Bayou type area,
Mm-hmm.
that was more heavy concentrated French type. So like my
Kinda.
stepmom could get pissed off and cuss you out, and I'm sure it's not true French. It's there you go, Huckleberry French Creole.
I was about to
Okay.
say Creole, man, but I didn't. I thought you were going somewhere else with it, to be honest. So you're talking like the coach on the Water Boy.
Or the guy in the stand that can do it all night long.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
You can do it.
You can do it all night long.
I love in the Water Boy the one coach. He's Cajun and nobody knows what he's saying. All right, now get on out now.
And that's it. See, now that's the deep ones. So you get the hardcore ones. I guess it's hard to talk about this shit. Normally it would just be like nothing, but now, oh my God. So when somebody plays this back, watch, I'll get marked for this one. But all this hate talk shit. But you just, you'd have and we talked about this bug out, where you had like the hill country people. And people used to kind of go, wow, there's people that are not connected to down here at all. And then you'd have people like Amish that, wow, those people are outside. Well, that's how it was over there. It was just people in the swamp.
Swamp people?
Well, if
Yeah,
you
so
remember
you
that Justin something, he had a cooking show. He kind of normalized the Cajun thing in the 80s, like kind of got everybody okay with understanding a Cajun because he had a cooking show and he was Cajun and he Cajun, like kind of hard to understand half the stuff he said. I can't remember his name. His name was Kevin something.
Justin Wilson.
Justin
something.
Wilson. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There you go. But
that's derogatory.
Oh, is
See,
that a
Huckleberry,
derogatory thing?
Well, that's the
Okay.
Yeah. It's become
I
one of those
didn't even
things.
know.
Which I'm guess it's a good thing my mom would have something to say about that. But
man, Cajun food is that's one of my weaknesses right there.
Oh my God, Cajun
that's the
seasoning.
shiznit there, buddy. Etouffee, some boudin, some gumbo.
See, my stepfather, before he died, we had just gotten, because he was in the culinary field. He had a couple different hats he put on in his lifetime, but the last thing that he really got into seriously was cooking. He was a sous chef at the Ritz-Carlton, actually down here for a while, and
Saying that.
but he was really into like Paul Prudhomme, Justin Wilson, all those Cajun sort of original. When I say original, like their origins were in Cajun, and then they kind of branched out into other stuff from there, But boudin balls, we were making those up until he just got to the point where he couldn't really do anything anymore, because that was still easy enough that he could do it, And I was kind of like the last little cooking projects that he did before he was too far gone to even do that, But yeah, boudin balls, man, that shit's really good.
Man, This is where we need Nikki back, because she is such a foodie. Without fail, we'll get into a conversation, and then she starts going food, and I'm like, oh my God.
Take some cornmeal wrapped up boudin balls, you bust them open, a little shot of mustard, bam. Chow down.
Well, I tell all these tactical guys, man, I'm like, you think the shit's gonna hit the fan and a bunch of dudes with magazine pouches and rifles are gonna do it. You need one fat kid that knows his way around a fork and a spoon, and that's gonna change everything,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like food is a big thing where like you just don't want to get bored because it's making a bad situation worse.
Well, and knowing what to
Morale.
do with what you got, also, like this,
Mhm.
the stuff my stepfather would do. He'd say, "Well,
Really?
I wanted to do this today, but I didn't go to the store, so I'll just throw something together." And what he threw together was something that it would seem like somebody prepared for days, but he just looked at what he had and said, this will work, and he could just
It's an art.
envision that mission planning in his mind with the stuff that he had on hand. I don't know how long it takes to be able to do that, but I can't do that.
Well, it's an art. You look at a bunch of stuff and you start to think about the flavors mixing. Like when I was farm sitting for that one market farm, they sent us home with some eggplant. Now, eggplant to me is kind of, I've not had it in a way that is really good. But what she did was my daughter. So she took it and she sliced it up, fried it in butter with garlic and basil and a little bit of salt. And then she put shredded Parmesan on top. It tasted like way better than any meal I'd had at a restaurant in years. It was so dang good. And she just pulled it together like that. It's an art form.
Yeah, eggplant's something that, like, if you have it, you can use it, but if you don't have it, you really don't miss it.
Right.
I feel the same way about squash. Like if you can pump out a lot of squash and you got a lot of spaghetti sauce, if nothing else, you got that, right? But like,
So
I mean,
you know how people have like zucchini. David calls it the Z word because you end up getting flooded with it. Like everybody's locking their doors at night, so you don't put a grocery bag of zucchini in their car.
Yeah,
That kind
fried
of thing.
zucchini. Nothing wrong with fried zucchini. You can snack on that all day.
Dude, you want to know the best way to do it? Is you cut it into spears and then you toss it in oil and like olive oil or avocado oil, and then you put garlic and oregano and salt, and then you grill that or roast it. Oh my gosh, heaven.
See, we always had zucchini, and it would appear in everything, and just depending on what you were making, depended on how big the pieces were. I mean, God, we had it in pasta even. Like we'd be making like spaghetti with pieces of zucchini in it.
Well, then if you have too much, and this is a tip for anybody who has too much squash and zucchini, and I'm sure you can do this with a bunch of other things, but you shred it, like especially if you have one of those, what are they, the KitchenAid, I don't know, whatever. It shreds it when you stick it through the chute.
Mm-hmm.
And then you dehydrate that, and it shrinks up because there's a lot of moisture in it. So it shrinks up, and then you can put it, vacuum seal it in jars and stuff. And then when winter comes, you just take a handful of that and throw it into a stew. It thickens it up. It's not hard to store, and then you're really utilizing all of it. And you can do that with like the big ones, the ones that escape you and become like
got seedy already and stuff.
Yeah, it's like where perverts grab the Vaseline or something, but it's really really good way to use all of that stuff.
Yeah, that's actually, I wish I knew that at the time, because I was doing a lot of camping, and I would always just raid my little garden. It wasn't even little by the time it was done. It was like a series of little gardens. But yeah, we'd go camping, and I would take a stock pot and I would just fill it with stuff from the garden,
Mm-hmm.
And then I would take that out, and then when I would take it, I would dump it. And then I slowly, as you would cook stuff, you would just grab stuff from the pile and just like mix it into whatever you were doing. Because another guy would bring some hamburger, another guy would bring some sausage links, like from the butcher shop, the kind that are all like in a big old belt, that like, oh God, that was so good, man. Oh, one time we did a stock pot, and it was a bunch of people that had cans of sauerkraut, and we had a bunch of those sausages, and we cut them up, threw them in the stock pot, dumped all the sauerkraut in, and poured a bottle of wine in there and some water, and just stewed it over on the coals.
Oh my word.
Oh my God. Now, I could have pooped through a strainer at about 30 paces by the time that weekend was over with, but man, it was so good.
Right.
Okay, well, so the serious one first, but so Brandon was like, Milkmaid, haven't had the best of luck with zucchini cooking in oil. It's always soggy. So that was the
Gotta be
serious
hot.
one because huckleberries got cucumbers are good for the memory. My friend had a cucumber shoved up his ass 30 years ago and he still remembers.
Oh my god. I didn't see that. Oh shit. Guns and flowers already. Hmm.
Yeah.
You never know where it's gonna go.
You know, in the old days, they just used a dunce cap for that.
Oh man.
Oh,
Gardening is
good
fun,
morning,
y'all.
man. Ma'am,
I said gardening is fun, y'all.
that's it.
Oh,
D-Dog,
crap.
some on J6 video dropped about an hour ago.
Rusty,
Oh,
you disappeared and came back.
good. Another J6 video about, let me guess, it's about people are terrible and they need more helicopters for SWAT teams because of January 6th.
Wonder if it's more leaked footage.
Man, by the time the cover
whole
blows
thing.
off of that, it's not going to matter anymore. It's going to be just like the 9/11 stuff. I'm telling you, man. Like by the
Yep.
time they tell you the truth, nobody's going to care anymore. And that's their MO. That's how they've been doing this. And they got us figured out, man. They got everybody figured out. And like I think the people most guilty of that are people like me and perhaps you guys, you know, because I'm sitting over here like, well, Pepperidge Farm remembers, but what's the point? You remember and nobody else cares. Like, you know, it means nothing, right?
Well, and that's the frustrating thing because then you say stuff and, you know, everybody's like, well, okay, what, but then what do you do? And then it's frustrating to me. I'm just thinking, okay, well, it's gonna happen and I'm gonna do my best to stop it, but I'm thinking longer term here at this point.
Well, you know, I don't know how
It's
many more
past
of these
me.
they can. I don't know how many more of these they're going to have to get away with before they got us where they want us. So, you know,
I don't think it'll take that much. Everybody's so dependent.
yeah, they're almost there. And that's the thing. Like, they're kind of at the end of their rope, you know, like they're almost out of gas, but they're almost at the place they're going. So, which one's going to happen first? And that's, you know, the stuff with, like with D-Dog, for example, it's like, I want to know how can we throw a wrench into those plans, you know?
Hmm.
That's more what I'm worried about. And like, yeah, you know, I totally get like if you have a sheriff that's on your team, you're going to be way better off than if you don't, you know?
Way
Because
better.
if your sheriff is not on your team and they start pinching people and he says, "Yeah, come on over." Like, or a guy that says, "Over my dead body," he just bought you some time, you know? But there's so much more to it than that. This is an international interlocking set of cogwheels that like I can't believe so much is resting on our politics right now, but the world is pausing, just waiting to see what happens in the next 2 years, you know?
Yeah, I think,
Meanwhile, the world's falling apart, you know?
and I'm not trying to like say that the U.S. is way better than everybody else because I mean I think that's honestly kind of shitty to do, but we have had these things put in place that were supposed to stop this kind of shit, and now we're looking at, you know, the world, and the world is looking at us going, because I can't tell you how many times I've heard people from other countries saying, don't give up, don't give up, don't give up, don't give up your rights, that kind of thing. But it's almost like a last stand kind of thing. But I'm not sure we're all what we think we are, if that makes sense. Like we've gotten complacent.
Yeah. And I think with what you were saying to set that whole thing up, and I think we're losing importance, by the way, the more irresponsible we've been with our money, but I don't think it's our influence much more than our money that has been making us important, because where our money goes shapes how the world is,
Okay,
and
I can see that. Yeah.
there are countries like, look at let's say Belgium. Okay, Belgium might have an opinion on what's going on right now. Belgium might have some ideas of what they want to do, but when the United States gives them $1 bajillion and says, here, yeah, do this. This is how you can help. They go, oh yeah, we're on that. Well, if the U.S. stops handing out blank checks to people, suddenly when they do this stuff, they have to do it on their own accord. How many of them would actually do it? So they're really standing by and watching it happen just like we are. Because, like, if you give me money to run to your house and grab a bucket of paint and bring it to you and I do it, am I really doing it, or am I just doing it because you gave me money to do it? Now, if I volunteer to go to your house and grab you a bucket of paint, I just helped you. You see what I mean?
Yep.
And that's kind of what's been happening overseas. Like, we've been funding most of this stuff. It's been our action. Now, we're catching the blame for it. Everyone's blaming us for what's happening overseas. But if you look at it, the fact that it was our money that got us there, they're not wrong. It might not have been us personally that did it, but our influence by way of our money has opened a lot of these doors that now are becoming problems,
Which is weird because it's all fake.
Right. And there are other doors that are open. The people that pull our strings, they're there as well, and I really think if everybody just stopped participating, what power could they have over us, but is that ever going to happen? I don't know.
Is that why they've got all those new agents and stuff?
Yeah,
But
we'll
a
be doing
collapse
good
of the
to get-
dollar. No, go ahead.
We'll just be doing good to get people to show up and still even be part, because either people have just they choose to be blind, or they've swung the
I don't know.
pendulum completely the other way. I
I
don't think
think
you can get
Vlad, like, he had a point, right? He said in the future, resources are going to be the actual currency that drives everything. And, you can look at that and look at Europe right now, Germany, the UK, all of that stuff.
Oh,
He's not
man.
wrong.
This winter's fixing to be some shit over there on them.
Oh, Germany's, yeah.
Because that's, man, that whole fuel, that whole pipeline, they're so, and the target that's started this shit tried to say back then, you don't want to be so dependent, just like we weren't dependent. We were actually becoming our own.
You mean independent?
Yep. And nope. And there's prices to pay when you become, that's what people are. See, people right now, in a sense, are dependent on the comfort of things and the easeability. Just, and it's like, there might be a day when all of a sudden you just don't get to go, It's like, dang. So for the next couple of weeks before I can get to here and do this, I need to be able to take care of this in that whole thought process. And I don't know, I guess I had the benefit of a different raising, so I can definitely see that I can exist in that environment. I'm not sure a lot of people around me could. So.
I didn't really like raisins when I was growing up.
Hey, man, they were a cool group.
I remember that. That was
Did you say raisins?
California raisins.
Yeah. That was funny
Oh my
because
gosh.
that was back in the day where school kids had little rubber like Smurfs and California raisins, and I just remember I could never understand that. These kids would show up.
I did.
Oh yeah. So okay. All right. So I'm hitting close to home here. I would look with like my eyebrows raised like Mr. Spock style, because these kids would show up and they would just make a little army of these little rubber people on their desk before the class would start, you know? And I was like, do they ward off evil spirits? What do these things do? You know? And they're like, they don't do anything. And I'm like, well, then why are you putting it in front of your desk like it's going to stop the boogeyman or something?
The oldest was Ninja Turtles.
I hadn't
Yeah.
thought about them forever. Heard it through the grapevine.
Heard it through the grapevine.
Y'all
And
saw
that
that,
whole
right?
animation, the animation of
Mhm.
them was cool as shit back in the day. It was cool.
Man, I hadn't thought about that in ages.
The simple things of life.
It was all a trick to get you to buy raisins.
Little plastic raisins.
Well, and the real
Right.
ones too.
Well, and I won't even bring up G.I. Joe, but okay. Then Carl pop in. Be like, yep.
So the thing about GI Joes, the new ones that they made, was like they could have made it cool, and there was enough real stuff out there that they could have just did it, but instead they changed it and made it all weird and, you know, ninjas and like, you know, whatever. They totally lost me on it. Yeah, I had little GI Joe figures when I was little, but I had the big ones, the old ones. You would get them at like flea markets and garage sales and stuff. I like the big ones that were more like real. You know what I mean?
Yep, with the big Jeeps and stuff, and man, you could just run around, you just grab them up going, yeah. That was the days. Well,
That was
being a
one of my
kid was
tests.
simple.
You know, because at my age, when you'd meet a kid like say at the park where my grandmother was, and I'd say, "Hey, you like GI Joe figures?" And they'd go, "Yeah." And I'd go, "What kind?" And they'd go, "What other kind is there?" And I'm like, "Loser." And I would just stop talking to the kid right there.
That was your social credit score.
Like, yeah, I just don't have time for that kid. I don't know if he's going to be a good fit. You know?
Uh-oh.
What?
Shitternet, I can't hear y'all. I heard
Well,
what?
yeah, that's all I said.
Oh.
It wasn't nothing more.
Well, that's nothing. I am going to have to
Thinking.
get off here in a second.
But yeah, I'm thinking it's chicken noodle soup time. I
Yeah, I
didn't
gotta
finish
leave.
the other half of that. I just didn't have it in me. It was like I did that one, and I was looking at the other going, you know, I don't feel like doing all this. Man, my stomach feels all jacked up from that damn pool shit. Hadn't slept right. That was a nightmare. So I'll be glad that we can pick up the pace on this little neurosurgeon bullshit and get shit, do something. I now know what not to do.
Do they have a game plan together yet?
No, I'm waiting on a call because with the holiday shit coming that came up Monday, kind of slowed down from getting the schedule. So now hopefully they'll call this afternoon with an appointment time and date. That's all I'm waiting on.
No.
Then I fit it into the budget thing because then that'll be the next step. Is like, okay, well, when does that fall? And I got to make sure that things time out.
Yeah, right.
I'm a slave to the system.
I
But
know that feeling. That's
I'll change that as soon as I can, one way or another. And all shit goes to shit. You know, I figure it like this too. So if everything were to kind of go poof, well, yeah, they cut my shit off, but at that point, there's so much more that's been thrown to the wayside that I can go down and just go, hey, I can do this. If you can give me this and we can trade for this, there's things I'd be capable.
No.
And I'm good for a good 330, 310
miles per hour.
yards.
But I mean, you know, if we did this right, if it was done right and there was a communal area set up, there would be enough tasks. Like, think of it this way, Rescue. And this was what I was thinking when I was thinking of you, actually. I was like, what if there was a big ass reloading station and you had a guy that just made ammo all day long, you know? And I mean, you're rolling back and forth on a shop stool, you know, just pressing levers, making rounds, you know? And everyone's like,
as long as you don't hang me from a chain and put me in a tanker out in the damn ocean, I'm okay.
but you know, people are like, man, all right, we can use ammo because we have ammo because there's a guy making ammo, and boom, everybody's happy, right? I'm just saying there'd be so many jobs, you know, like people talk about kids, you know, and they're like, kids are useless. And I'm like, man, you give a kid a wagon and a couple buckets, they can be running water to all the people that are taking care of the plants and stuff. And it's one less thing that gardener has to do, you know?
Well,
and then that,
Exactly.
I mean, you get your kids cleaning out the garden bed, and then when it's harvest time, they're helping harvest, because guess what? Then when time comes, they now are going to pass that on. That's what
Well,
we
to
used
me,
to do.
they're the whole point.
Well,
Like,
that was the mentality back then. That's why people had families. You came out and you had a place, and now your family was like your workforce. So you had a large family if you had a large spread, and everybody did their part. And then the
you know who
outside
does?
world decided to start showing little cool shiny objects, and next thing you know, family members started dwindling off, and the family started getting smaller and then you put mom and dad to work to the point to where there's no home. You just have a shelter.
You know who has that down pat is there's a YouTube channel called the Homesteading Family, I think it's called. They've got like, I don't know, 10, 11 kids, something like that. But they all work together, and the kids, I mean, even from a young age, they're doing tasks, you know?
but you know, like with what Rescue said, though, here's the part that's crazy, though. They take and they smash that family apart because everyone's chasing that shiny stuff, like he said. They go out, they're successful, they make more money, you know? They make more money, they're more successful, they get taxed more, and then the government takes that tax money and gives it to countries where they're still living multi-generationally in houses, and they're still doing it the way that we did it 100 years ago, you know?
Right.
And you're like, so this benefits everybody but us. Like, that's what I was talking about with us not being the most important, but us being the most influential, because there are places that are self-sufficient and they're being thrown money for things where it's like, you know, when we were living like that, no one was giving us money, you know? It was just tough shit. We had to do it, you know? And, you know, you got to look at, like, in 1900, right? Private corporations were the ones that paved roads, you know? It wasn't the government. It was all the private corporations. They said, hey, man, we can get our stuff out of here faster if we pave this road. So we're going to pave it from here to the train station, you know?
Yep.
And then a bank said, well, we'll pave it from here to here. And then that concert hall said, well, we'll do from where the bank stopped to past our place. And everybody kind of kicked in and threw some money down, and everybody did it. And that was how shit happened back then, you know? Everybody thinks the federal government is going to collapse because they're not going to upkeep all these roads. Well, you know, back in the day, we didn't have these interstate highways, and we didn't need them, you know? And, you know, they're like, but there's so many more people now. But man, I'm telling you, when they're done with what they're doing, there's not going to be, you know? I mean, like, have we all accepted that yet? Or are we still thinking that isn't going to happen, you know?
Well, I don't know. Hadn't made up my mind yet. Something's happening. I can say that. I feel pretty certain saying that something is coming.
Oh yeah, yeah, and something
Says so.
And something already has came. You know, you got to figure this is we've done a couple of these already now, right? You know, different flavors, different formats, but like, you know,
different temperature of the bowl.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, they've thrown. I'd say easily on this same box of magic tricks. I think they've probably used at least 3 of them on us now. You know, one of them just ended, and another one was 20 years before that. And look at all these, the United States, and when you look at our involvement in wars related to false flags, there is a false flag, at least accusation, involved with every major war that we got involved in, to include the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand. I mean, I don't know. We've been manipulated from our inception. And there was a guy, and I think his name was George Washington. His quote was "no foreign entanglements." He said, if we're going to be successful, we're going to have to maintain no foreign entanglements, meaning we don't want to owe anybody. We don't want anybody owing us. Like, we're going to take care of ourselves. He basically said MAGA. He was like, America first, and so he was MAGA forces. So we got to rip down all his statues, because the MAGA forces, we got to get rid of them.
You know what I didn't realize? I saw something somewhere, but Clinton used that phrase, and before that, Reagan made that phrase, or said that phrase in speeches. It was like when Clinton was announcing that he was going to run, he said that.
Mm-hmm. But did he make 5,000 red hats that said it? I mean, it was they put the target on their own back.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of shows you where the average person is at too. You can say whatever you want, and that's where Biden got real loose-lipped there on that last speech, because he said, "Hey, nobody watches my speeches anymore."
Because they don't.
Yeah. So he was like, well, shit, I'll just say whatever I want. And the 5 people in the audience can applaud when I say, like, let's witch hunt half the country. They were like, yeah, because the fanatics are the only ones left, Hey,
when you can hear the hecklers that are good blocking blocking a half away over the crowd right in front of him, that tells you how small that little shit was. That was funny.
That I didn't realize that somebody had said that, and I was like, wait a second, because I listened to some of it, and I was like, this is just the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. And
did you hear about the CNN thing?
Which one?
Well, CNN was broadcasting it because it looks so ominous with the dark red.
Oh yeah, the fuchsia.
They changed the shading of it.
They were trying to do a little bit of mopping up on all 5.
Yeah. They toned it down, and it was like, man, which this is one of them times. See, I don't know. It's like, how plain does it have to be? Is it really the size 11 on your doorknob that actually goes, oh, by God, I think something's going wrong here? I mean, at what point do you realize that shit is not like you thought it was? I mean, you just listen to this dude basically go back to another little short fucker's bad regime and portrayed that bad boy pretty good.
Well, that's why I keep thinking, it's like, wow, okay, we really are here at this point where people can watch that and actually agree with that and be okay with that. Like, how much worse does it have to get before they realize that they're actually also the sheep too? Like, or not the sheep, but they're going to get slaughtered too, basically.
Well, nobody's safe from an administration like that,
Nobody.
Because they feed on people, Yeah,
but Buggy, at some point, you got to realize that, don't they realize, I mean, how many major TV stations do you see in Venezuela? How many major TV and newspaper stations are over in Somalia? I mean, so at what point do they go, they're really pushing this, and I'm not sure that we're really going to have anywhere to fall on. We're going to be over there with the rest of them when this is all over. Oh, wow, maybe we shouldn't be helping this along. I mean, when do you stop helping row the boat?
All right. So let's go back, look at the rules for radicals, look for the inception, the all of Russia with the Bolsheviks and all that stuff, right? I think these journalists that are very politically active, they're really big into the socialism and communism stuff. What I think they think is going to happen is, like the Pravda, for example, it was not just a state-sponsored newspaper in Russia at the time, but it was required for people to read it. They
Right.
gave you a newspaper, and it was your job as a citizen to read that freaking newspaper, right? And it's funny, they would give the newspapers, and only like their literacy rate was one of the lowest in the world at the time, but they would make you have a newspaper,
Mhm.
and they were like, well, if you can't read, you better look at the pictures, and most Russians used it to roll cigarettes, by the way, because there were two newspapers that were political, and depending on what kind of cigarette you felt like smoking at the time, you would use one newspaper or the other, because one was lighter and burned faster, and the other one was thicker and burned slower. So like if you just wanted to smoke a quick cigarette, you'd use this newspaper, and if you wanted a longer burning one, you're hanging out with friends or something, you would use this newspaper.
Yeah, get out of town. Hey, that's some shit.
Yeah, right. I know. There was a book called Ivan's War that I read, and these guys were talking about it, and they were like, "Yeah, I couldn't read, and I joined the Russian army because they promised us all a watch, because they came from a place with no plumbing, no electricity, no nothing, and wristwatches were new in Russia, and they said, well, if you join the army, we'll give you a watch." And the guy joined the army, got his watch, didn't know how to read, didn't know how to tell time, but he had a wristwatch, and
And he had some cigarettes.
yeah, right. And he would just talk about like life in the Russian army, and but yeah, these journalists think that they're going to become state-sponsored, required media. They think they're going to have a guaranteed job when this thing kicks off, and I don't think they realize exactly what the real nature. We're not going to be World War I and II Russia. We're going to be Sith Lords and Darth Vader. Yeah, it's going to be past even what they're expecting it to be, and it's not going to work out for them because they're going to get phased out too, just like you're saying, But I see where I think they're going. I can pick up on that, but it's not where it's going to end up.
Grumpy said, there is the thing, the world has not changed, people's perspective has. And then Amy said, so what's their next move? Hunt us down and theme us? Well, I think
ultimately,
yeah, it could go there. I mean, I think
look at the pieces, man. Look at the pieces.
Yeah.
Why are we destroying farmland right now on purpose, knowing that we already had a famine coming, but we're still destroying farmland? Or at least making it go fallow and not allowing people to use it, right?
Yeah.
So
next year is going to be a mofo.
We're encouraging the famine, and remember years ago we were going, why is the government buying all these relief supplies? Why are they buying all this ammo? Why are they doing all this? And the state governments on Dangerous Freedom, we were talking about it. So we're talking 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and a little bit before that, there this big giant buyout started, and they already have the stuff. So like, I don't know why they want you in that bread line, but people are going to be in it, I mean, there's definitely going to be that for sure. That's part of it. I don't think that's the whole end game, because that doesn't make sense by itself, but there has to be another reason. Now, you got to be vaccinated to get in that line, maybe, something like that.
Well, some of the electric, they're already working on electrical, because I forgot who it was. I can't, if it was North Texas that did it, or where they're at, but Texas, part of TXU is what their system they're on, and their shit's already gone up 44%. And you talk about people that are used to, anywhere from, it don't make a shit if you're used to a $300 a month light bill, that's now fixing to damn near go up to what, almost $500. So that's a big chunk, and you take that with the food. So, but I say, see, this is where the slow thing comes, because what you do is you do this. The first people that'll start responding will be out in your rural areas, because it's like, shit, man, got the longest travel. Now the electric's going up, the food's already gone up. And they're either going to suck it up and go back to life the way around here, I'll say, because people around here know how to do it. We've done it through the storms and everything else. So there is life, but you also have a lot of people that's moved here from the big cities because of those storms. Well, those will be the ones that then go back to the big cities because they're going back under the umbrella. That's the slow bowl, is slowly to migrate your ass to metropolitan, because then you're in the pen, man. You're in the stockyards. That's where they need.
So now, like, we're getting the pieces and we're getting evidence of the methods they're going to employ to do this, but we still don't know the motivation. We still don't know the mission. Like, why are they trying to do that? That's
kill the middle class, dude. The middle class is the identifier for America. It's the fact that you, bug out, can go out and you can decide, you know what, I'm gonna be a landscaper tomorrow, and you can go bug out landscaping and get your truck and trailer, and you can go commence to making a living. You can feed your family. Well, that's not everywhere.
Yes, but the middle class that they were trying to kill, the middle class of our childhood, okay, that's already dead. They've already killed the middle class. We just don't know it. We are the lower middle class now. Upper middle class almost doesn't exist anymore. And that's what they were trying to get rid of, because upper middle class was dangerous. Like, did you know that, did you ever watch Gangs of New York, the movie?
Mm-hmm.
That sounds familiar. Is that the
Daniel Day-Lewis?
Yeah, that was the butcher dude and
yes.
The
Okay,
rabbits.
right. You know what I'm talking about. Bill the Butcher, right?
Yeah.
Did you know that at that time in New York, in any given neighborhood, the richest guy on the street was the butcher? Okay. Yeah. Everybody had to go to him to get their meat.
Wasn't that styled off of real shit?
Yeah. Well, yeah. It was. And that's the reason why that guy was so influential, was because on the street and in his community of streets, he was probably the most successful butcher in that area, in that borough, because we're talking about New York. And
he had the food.
He had the money and he had the food, Well,
look at the dude during the Depression that bought all the TV stations and the radio stations and shit with pigs. Food.
Mm-hmm.
Starving mofo, they'll sell you everything to feed themselves.
So how many butcher shops do you see anymore? They've all but gone away, And it's not like
Walmart.
Yeah, and it's some shit 50 an hour employee. This guy cuts meat with this machine, and this guy trims a bone with that, but most of it's been pre-cut, and the guy at the slaughterhouse doesn't know how to finish it. He only knows how to do his part of the deal, and they've put it down into these tasks where nobody knows how to do the complete thing anymore,
Well, okay. So way back when my kids, right before my kids were born, the way life was around here is if you had a barbecue, you went down to a place called John's, and John always had literally the half of beef hanging in the cooler. You told him what you wanted, what you're wanting to do with it. He would ask you some more questions like how you like your grain, how thick do you want it. You would get that cut however you want it, wrapped and then given to you. Now you don't even see the side of a beef hold like that no more. None of these places, even HEB and Brookshire's, all of them, they got their little chunks. It's been chunked out.
And back in the day when I was a kid, I remember my grandparents, they would get in the car, they would drive in, and we lived in the tri-state area, like Ohio, Kentucky, and Indiana, all like meet each other in one spot, They would drive in that loop and go to 3 different states. They would buy corn here, they'd buy tomatoes there, blah blah blah. They'd hit a butcher shop here on the way because that was the best one in the area, and like they still did it the old way, And they'd find some old German butcher because everybody had to be German, because they're Germans and they're kind of weird like that. They were like, if we could just get rid of everyone else, why can't we do it? Anyway, they tried that once, didn't work out well, but yeah, they
have
go to
German
these
blood.
Well, my grandmother was full-blooded German,
Okay.
So
sorry.
Yeah, so there's that.
I mean, my grandmother spoke German when she moved here, like she was a German, but and her
Real do sorry.
and her 17 brothers and sisters. Yep, they were Catholic too. So go ahead, hate on me, everybody. But anyway, they had twins in the family, which was kind of why they wanted to get out of Germany. Apparently, that they were getting a little weird about twins at the time, you know. But anyway, like those places don't exist anymore, though. Like she would buy stuff directly from the farmers. She would go straight to these old butcher shops where it was just like what Rescue said. And when I was trying to find tallow to make pemmican, nobody had it. I had to order it from a soap company because the butcher shops are like, tallow, yeah, we haven't had that in years. And I'm like, well, what do you do with it? And they're like, do with it? No, like we used to butcher
They
stuff
throw it
here,
out.
but the butcher shops have become delicatessens now, you know?
Yeah,
And
they slice it.
yeah, that's all they do. They slice it
Mhm.
now. That's a butcher shop these days, you know? And I don't want to sound like some guy that's bitching about stuff, but I mean, that's important, you know? That's the part of the middle class that got purged. The people that like for example, we have
corporatized it.
plumbers, but where are the guys that made the pipes? You know, where's the pipe fitting place? Like that's how they got us. You know, the guy who imports or manufactures the stuff that the tradesmen are using, that was the part of the middle class. They were still middle class. They weren't millionaires, but they were doing better than all the rest of us. But those guys are all gone. Walmart and all that other shit killed them, you know?
Bug out, because if you're successful, if you've got a good business and you're being very successful, they'll just come and buy you up. They just come in, they offer you money. You go, oh yeah, well, okay, I'll go off to do this. Well, you don't realize by letting go of something that you've actually let something else in the door. So then
Yeah,
it changes.
right.
That's what I kind of saw around here, because it's like way back used to have, like, everything was spread, had the markets, had the butcher shop. We had a grocery store. We had like a Safeway up around here. Walmart came in way back with the old style original Walmarts. That flowed, it kind of blended in. Okay. The 24/7. And there's a lot of people around here that saw that as the catalyst that, wait a minute, oh shit, corporate's taking over everything, because that was a shifting of the small town. You just watched it. I mean, they literally squashed all these businesses because they couldn't compete. I mean, they don't even have to, people think it's like something major, and it's like, nope, it's as simple as, you've always been selling this for $1. Homeboy over there just opened the door and said, 75 cents. Matter of fact, buy
I got
one,
one
get one
for you.
free. The next thing you know, you don't have nobody, and it only takes a few months. And then that small business goes, holy shit, man, I still got payroll. I still got the, oh shit. Bam. Let's shut the door.
Well, I got another one for you. Over in Texas. If you remember, there was always that stereotype of the big shot oil baron, you know, the guy with the 10-gallon hat and the cigar,
Yeah.
you know, JR from Dallas and all that shit, right? Well, right around the 70s, by the time the 70s were closed, they went to all those people and they subsidized their oil and said, we'll pay you not to pump oil. And they said, so you're going to pay me to keep my oil? And they said, yeah. Well, they paid him, and then they said, well, after a certain amount of time, we're going to pump this oil, but we're strategically trying to use our own domestic oil, so don't use it. They said, okay. Well, at first they were on that plan, but now what they did was they raised all the EPA laws to the point where they could never go back and take those people's oil, you know, because they can't refine it. They can't do anything else with it. So they're never going to go back for that oil. They basically just cut the balls off of those people that would have been multimillionaires, you know, and they did it for a couple of dollars because it seemed smart at the time. And maybe the government didn't intend to do it when they did it, but they're sure doing it now. You know, could you imagine trying to start a new oil operation in Texas right now? Like the EPA and the federal government would go after your ass so fast.
Well, dude, that's the shit that they're spinning right now when they keep talking about these, you know, oh no, there's plenty going on. Well, what it is they've got that hung up because it's like the EPA and it's the approval on this. And it's kind of like everybody's like staged, but oh no, you got to wait till that gets signed and then you can. Well, no, that's been sitting there for months on end. And so that's how they're starving that out. I will say back in Texas, back in early, I can just say that you can do a little lookup on the Dallas Mafia, but that was an exciting time. So that was a merging of the cattle and the oil. And that's why I say, that's why I just try to remind people, man, people are people. There, you can attach these titles to them, but man, I mean, I've seen it at all levels, and that's if you put those, like I could go back to that particular time frame and capture those people and fast forward them up to now, and you could see this whole administration. You could see anybody in there; it's the same behavior. It's just that they have more power, and that's what it all collapses. It's never good, but that's what I think they're slowly. It just sounds so dramatic when you go starving out, but it is, but it isn't. I mean, it's people's own complacency is what's going to do their own doing. They will be their own worst enemy when it comes down to it, because it's the laziness, it's the complacency.
Well, and let's go back to this upper middle class thing that we were talking about, right? So what else does Texas have amongst other places? Let's go back to another show, Yellowstone, and look at exactly what's happening in that show to what's happening right now. The next upper middle class is the ranchers, because they don't need anybody really, right? But now they're going to make beef illegal. They're trying to phase out, and they've creatively used the environment as a weapon to make feed prices go through the roof. They're going after the cattle barons now. They're going after any of the ways that a regular guy had to make it. They're cutting the legs off of all these avenues that people could go to where you're going to be system dependent on everything that you do.
That's it.
And either we have to refuse to participate, which is going to be a dangerous game. And it's like, you can file this, you can do that, you can do all this. Man, I'm telling you, if everybody did that tomorrow, they would probably get arrested. Like if that happened en masse, a guy might be able to get away with it here and there. But if everybody caught onto that at once and started playing that game, it's going to come back on us,
Well, okay. If anything, doesn't J6 and the status of some of those people right now show that they're only going to address what they want? If they don't want to address this, then that stack will get sat right over there on the thing. And then the more noise you make, then they might address you, but it won't be in all this formal stuff. That's, I don't know about all that with that stuff. I'm not saying later on it might work and that's all good. I know right now it is your local. It's your school boards. If you have kids, I would say definitely school board, and it's your county. It's all local, and then you got to see, because to me it's a multi thing, because you got to have people that are going to go, wow, yes. And so when you address this local, but you have to start doing something right there in the living room to perpetuate the message that whatever age of child you have is hopefully going to then start to slowly transmit that to their friends at that level. Well, if you have parents that start to do that, it's the same thing that got thrown in the pond long ago that started breaking things up. It needs to bounce back toward the other way now. So you only can do that by chiming in, by participating, because we sit here and you can talk and I get it, and we can go, oh yeah, this is going bad, and it is going to go bad, because then I actually I said that months ago, because it's just, there's certain shit you just can't put in play and not have ramifications coming. So,
but it already is bad. That's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah. No, it's here. It's just that it's that slow. I actually still think we're in the draft stage. I think it's still in that drafting pool. The tsunami actually hasn't come. It's that drafting that takes place.
But what I'm saying is, from what they've already done, and we don't even know what they're doing yet, but from what they've already done, right? Look at your life as a child and what life was like, and look at what life is like now. Now, there's things that we're dealing with, like the population in other places is exploding. Somehow, this is our problem, which I disagree with that as well. But whatever, neither here nor there. There's shit happening in other parts of the world, which I don't think should be our problem. And really, now let's look at a possible silver lining. Like, if we could regain the steering wheel, okay, and we start driving, and we're in charge of our own destiny again, right? Maybe we could say, all right, with our damaged currency, our damaged social structure, because our middle class is screwed up. If we're going to fix this country, we need to reestablish the middle class, because manufacturing is the first thing we need to do, as well as food production. It's the same all throughout history,
You've got to bring back the definition and meaning of middle class, see, because that's been all blurred out. It's like,
well, that's what I was saying before. Like, middle class is almost poverty status compared to what it used to be,
Well, that's what they want you to believe. But see, that's where the mentality of, how does that go? Wealth is in the eye of the beholder or something. And it's because it's in what you deem is wealthy. What is your version of wealth? Is it to have, the ski boat and the jet ski and the bikes and the fast cars, the jacked up trucks, and have the big spread and have all the toys? Because now that's part of the system. So welcome to their world. But if wealth is to see, here's where I see it, because I just listening to the way verbiage goes, there's owning a home and having your feet planted on the ground. See, and it's like that's gone. Now there's that whole, well, you really don't own it. Well, see, what's the intent of dumbing that down? Well, this gives you an anchor spot. I can tell you emotionally, I'm more tied to this spot than I would be anywhere else, because I do have days that I visualize of basically clearing, and then I've talked about that. So see, there's a tie, and I think that's a big, I don't know how you break that. Oh, and Milky is probably going to have to go. She says she's behind on her stuff and shitternet's attacking her. Since I saw her blink in and out, I figured I'd chime that in real quick.
Yeah, my phone's getting kind of hot too. But
I was going to say, my phone's like almost on empty, so I'm going to have to pop down. Y'all keep talking though, because I'm enjoying listening, but I have to get on a tractor.
Thank you, Milky. Appreciate you.
You're welcome. Bye, boys.
Bye.
See you. But
that's what I talked about this with my son, because with him having a child on the way, and it's like, okay, well, you need to think about when as soon as that child here, you're sending a message, and so that'll be. And I know that sounds so minute, but when you think about it, out of 330 million people, dude, if you just got 5 million people to focus on something like that, like, let me focus right here in this living room and send the right message. Let me go down and attend that school board. Let me counter this back asswards culture shit that's going on by starting with our kids. That's who's right in your living room. Your family members, you know what I'm saying? You've got to, because that's what's going to bring back, because middle class to me anyway, and maybe I'm even defining it wrong, because I've always looked at, okay, I'll put it in my terms. The poverty is just if you don't want anything out of life, and you're okay with not having jack shit, but just basic sustainability, then there you go. That's your path. Middle class was the range of people that work towards owning their house, the property, not so much owning our own business per se, but just owning your stuff, paying off, owning your vehicles. You save up, you do vacation, but it's family oriented.
That's the beginning of the middle class right there. That's what they call the working class, though, and middle class has become working class, because now this is where I agree with the Democrats of the 80s and the 90s. Okay. Because they said, hey, what happened to the 60s and the 70s where a guy could work at a gas station have a wife at home raising the kid, and I'm not trying to be sexist or anything, but let's pretend that back then there were boys and
Yeah.
girls, and so we gotta use antiquated like words here, like boys and girls, but they were like, a guy could work at a gas station. He could be running out there changing oil, pumping gas, doing all that crap. He could go home. Now they're going to be poor, there's no two ways about it, but he could support a family with that one minimum wage job, and now you're barely cutting it. You're poor. Everybody knows you're poor. You don't have fancy clothes. You don't have this. You don't have that, but it could be done. And today, you can't even support yourself on a minimum wage job. And I don't want to agree with these living wage people because they're doing it all wrong. Democrats today seem to think that you can just print money, and they've proved it. Look at these last 2 years. They
Right.
at the top of the pyramid, they believe that you can just print money and throw it around and nothing's going to happen. Well, that's not how it works, and I know that. But back then, people did have a living wage because if you were willing to do a little more than that, if your education was good enough, if your experience was good enough, you could move up. And back then you could do that. You could put in 30 years in a furniture factory and work your way up, And today, it'll never happen. They hire
see-
you work 20 years in that same furniture factory and you're the best furniture manufacturer ever. And you're going to have a 20-year-old that came out of a 3-year degree course that's your boss every year that you're there,
That's because see, people see things different, and the greed took over. Because you used to have businesses that, and I even said this, God, not over a decade ago, I started seeing this a good 2 decades ago. Businesses used to actually, if you were a good employee, you hit the lick every day. You whatever your job was, you did it, and sometimes even then some. You got acknowledged, you got lifted up, you got talked about, you got encouraged to do that more, and people that saw that got encouraged. And somewhere along the way, it's kind of like shit you see right now. Some little small group of whining asses that said, well, I don't want to have to be here every day like the schedule says, but I should still get a raise like he did. And somebody had the company and they said, you know what? You're right. And it changed the rhythm. It changed the thinking. So nowadays, companies don't even give a shit, dude. You're a revolving door. You don't like your job? Step out. There's 3 more waiting. All we got to do is put a sign up. Well, now
another part,
their shit backfired these past 2 years because now they have this latest little wave that doesn't even want to show up, but they don't want them to.
yeah, right. That too. But have you noticed this also? Because they got people looking at all this other stuff going on, and like people are worried about this and this and this and this. There's all these other things. But one thing I've passively been noticing is that the people that get put in pivotal, higher paying positions tend to always be hopeless consumers, and it's almost like, and I noticed this even in contracting, security contracting, which is like about as manly as shit gets, right? But like even there, the guy that blows all of his money tends to be the guy that moves up, and it's like it's almost like the industry fears a self-reliant person, and they want somebody that, and man, I had all the leadership positions in the world when I was a slave to child support, like I was in charge of all kinds of stuff because they knew they had me. They owned me. I would go to jail if I quit a job and didn't have another one, So
Right.
They were like, yeah, we'll put that guy in charge. We'll make him work 20 extra hours a week, blah, blah, blah. The second I was free of that, man, I felt it. Like suddenly I became anonymous, like they didn't want me anymore. And they use people that are trapped in the system like that, or people that they know their behaviors and they know that they're recklessly irresponsible with money, and they'll give that guy more money, and they throw more money into the system and they need more of it. They get addicted to the money, and they keep them there. And it's really weird because the worst thing you can almost do is to let your employer know that you don't need the money. And I say it to my boss all the time. I'm like, oh man, I really need, yeah, if you say so, boss, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I go through, I say the words, you know, but I don't need that shit. I don't need the money. It really, you know, I could work somewhere else, but I don't want him to know that, you know, because he's like, man, I need somebody that needs the money. I need somebody who, if I ever want to flex on this guy, he's going to take it and he's not going to walk out, you know?
That's it.
I mean,
Well, see, and I'll say that like the automobile industry, when you had the working family, because my grandparents were that way. Hell, my dad's dad was a sheriff, and my grandmother didn't do anything. She was just an at-home person. But one, the area was a lower income, but people didn't. It's like people, because he even used to talk about it back then when the automobiles started coming out. Some people even saw that like, oh, what's the point? And continued to use the mules and shit. And then they would go get just a used one, and they would get one to last. Well, automobiles did last for decades, man. You could, because they took pride in what they were doing. And they were actually trying to put something out that would show of like, look at the workmanship in this, and it lasted. We'll see the money once again takes over and the greed, and now nobody gives a shit about how it lasts. Now the big matter of fact, look at, they even incorporated the whole lease thing, so don't even own your vehicle.
well, cars are designed not to last anymore. Like the engineer is trying to make a superior performing vehicle that requires maintenance, you know?
Yeah. Well, who was it?
like,
Somebody put something up about the Teslas and the cost of the batteries alone if they have to replace those.
oh, it's a wrap. You might as well just get another car, you know?
Yeah.
But I'm even talking about gas engines. Like you have to lift the engine to change the spark plugs on some of these vehicles now, you know? So who thought of that? You know, I mean, like they're not thinking about us anymore. You have to take it to the shop. They're going to get their money out of you.
General Motors with the Saturn. That's for that. There might have been a different model that did it before that, but I remember that one. When Saturn came on the scene, one of their things was how fast they could pop out an engine. They literally would do it in a bay that had plexiglass windows in the waiting room, so you could literally watch them take the hood off the car, move the overhead, and undo some shit, unplug, plug, and just lift the whole motor and swap it out. And you could actually, by the end of the day, have a motor swap. And I remember that because my mom thought that was just the coolest shit ever. And I thought mechanically, I was like, man, that's badass. Not to mention the dude put his knee in the door going, see anywhere else, that would have been thousands of dollars of damage, but not on the Saturn. It's come right back out. And you think, oh, wow, so convenient. This is awesome. Look, yeah, let's body work. I'm going to save on my insurance. Well, guess what? Your insurance didn't go down. Oh, yeah, that's right. Insurance never went down. Hell, I didn't see that, but yet they pitched that. Now you ended up with a cheaper, shittier car.
Yeah.
They designed them to crumple up. Hell, dude, my wife's car, they totaled it. And all it really just was a front fender, the headlight assembly. And you could have went ahead and maybe put that little plastic covered bumper piece on there just for good measure. But one of the deer she hit, and they just totaled the whole damn car. And I was like, wow. But then again, you look at where we're at now, and then you look at some of the nefarious shit going, and you go, okay, I get it. Yep. You're being one of those hateful little kids that's intentionally going in there and dumping the canned food out just because then we won't have it. I see.
Yeah, man. It's something's happening, dude. You know, I mean, we are in the midst of some, as they call fuckery, you know, and I don't know how it's going to end. You know, I don't know how it's going to end, but I know we're, and like you said, we're halfway in it, right? I mean,
yeah. I mean, well, there's no other option. So the best thing is unless you're just willing to go ahead and pony up and go, yep, I'm all in it for the system. There you go. Then you I don't know. I got the thinking, you know, I was actually sitting the other day because I forgot what happened, and I was wondering, I wonder how many people if you just cut your air conditioning off for the next 3 days, regardless of whatever your temperature is outside, don't make shit, but just cut it off. You don't have to unplug your freezer and refrigerators, but just kill the AC. It's like, can you handle that?
Well, that just happened to us. I don't know if you remember that, but God, that was a couple months ago now. But it's rough, man. You know. And now here's another thing though. If you talk about a system collapse though, now in a system collapse, we will have climatized a lot more to this. That if you take AC away, and it's just simply not a factor, right? It's not as bad as if there is AC because you're climatized to, you know, a 70-degree room and it's 98 degrees outside. You're experiencing a 28-degree difference every time you walk out of the door. Well, if you're experiencing a 10-degree difference because you're in an insulated building with shade, you know, a 10 or a 15-degree difference is like not as extreme. And you know, like when I worked outside doing glass out here in the summer, I know that there were days where I would be driving home and I'd forget to turn my AC on. I'd just have the windows down, you know?
Yeah.
And I was like, oh shit, I forgot to turn on my AC. Oh, well, I'm almost home. I might as well just finish the drive, you know?
But see,
just,
you've been deployed in other climates, so your system has adapted over just years and experience of doing stuff. But think about how many
2 weeks,
people.
man. It's 2 weeks, dude. That's what it is. It's 2 weeks. And right now, I'm not adapted to this heat out here. You know, when my AC goes out today, I'm sucking ass even more so than the next guy because now I'm a little older, I'm a little lazier, I'm a little slower. You know, I feel it, man. But had I spent, if I was outside 10 hours a day, I would be way better with the heat right now than if I wasn't. But the problem is people never go outside anymore. That's the problem. You know, I think that's what you're getting at, you know?
Yeah.
And if you don't
'Cause
ever
think
go
about it.
outside,
If things collapse, and so say power, fine, no AC, but you talk about food, with even gardening and all that, well, that's going outside. And it's like, it's just the actions. It's like, I mean, because think about it. There are thousands, tens of thousands of landscaping companies. Well, what does that say? Oh, well, that means there's tens of thousands of people that don't even mow their own grass. So then that means those people are going to all of a sudden just go, yep, I got this. I can chop some wood. We'll make a fire. Here, I can tend to this. Let me go out here and I can clean and skin and gut this. You know, let me go throw some
can
chop
they
lines
chop
in.
wood though? See, like let's go to a suburban, you know, Steve or suburban Susie, right? They got all the freeze dried food. They got all this stuff. They got all that stuff. And they have an electric range, and it's just it's literally just a metal box that does nothing now. And okay, so you got the pots, you got the pans, you got the strainer, you got all that stuff. What are you going to burn constantly to boil all the water to make all that food that you have stored? You know, I mean, where are you going to get the wood? Like, you know, here I'm drowning in wood. I mean, I could burn wood every single day and I'd never run out of it, you know. But like, there are other people, they have access to zero wood, you know, and it would be weird to be having to trade things that could save your life for something to burn, you know. But if you
Now,
look at all these
hey, Bug Out.
collapses in the city, yeah.
Now, Bug Out, you're forgetting that those people now have their backup Kingsford bag in the bed of the truck. So they're prepared.
Well, for a little bit, but man, you look at and again, not to bring up that guy that we keep bringing up, that guy that was in the Serbian conflict, he was talking about everybody burned all their furniture. Nobody had furniture, you know, because they took all their tables and their chairs and they took their doors off and they burned them, you know. Everybody was freaking burning everything, you know. And in the city, that's just how it is, man. You know, like the one thing that I never hear people talk about is stockpiling wood. And you know what I would think, to be honest, man, like because wood can get wet. It can bring termites. It can do all that stuff. What I was trying to do when I lived in the suburbs before I moved down here this last time, I was trying to get a ton of coal dropped through the coal chute that because I had an old house, I was like, is there anybody that still does that? Like if I had a ton of coal just sitting in my basement, I could I'd build a little partial plywood little divider section, just have a room with a big mountain of coal in it, and if I ever needed it, just start burning that shit,
Well, can you imagine? Okay, so, and I'm not super familiar with the area. I just remember blips of it, and I just remember don't seeing a whole lot of trees. But Phoenix, Arizona, it's kind of like, what do you do for wood there?
Yeah, I mean,
for 100 miles, what do you do for wood? See, that's how some of those towns in the old days didn't make it, because sometimes shit come up and it happens, and all of a sudden you can't address that. Well, guess what? People migrate. That's how towns got decided down here. Some towns, hell, there's some towns not far from me within 50 miles that still pissed off to this day. That I think it's Nacogdoches gets the title of the first Texas town or something like that, but it's like, well, but back in the day they couldn't keep up, and then that town didn't sustain, so people migrated. Well, what's going to happen nowadays that you're being forced to migrate? Only you're not even realizing that you're being forced to migrate.
Well, and another thing is, you have land that has a stream access, and you're like, okay, I have water sources, that's good. But what's stopping the guy a few miles up from diverting that stream and making a giant reservoir on his property, and suddenly that stream that you thought you could rely on just becomes a slow trickle, and you're not getting shit from it, And that's, you want to talk about like, how do you make your neighbor be nice when there's no law to mediate such a encounter,
Yep.
Because the first thing I would do now, I wouldn't pilfer an entire stream, but I would definitely try to channel off a piece of it that was just mine, and I would try to make an avenue that it could flow, probably through a pipe, and so I had a private access right to my door of water that flowed constantly. You know what I mean? But I can't be the only other guy that would have an idea like that. That's all I'm saying.
I happen to know where the artesian inputs are coming from in one of the little lakes that are upstream from my creek. So as long as nobody between me and that little lake establishes any kind of dominance, then I'll always have that water.
Yeah, and that's
just
like if
I know where it's coming out.
If I went to another property ever, the things that I would regret, man, I'm leaving behind a pitcher pump well. I would definitely have to have another one of those because it doesn't rely on electricity, and as long as you're pumping it, there's water coming out. That's huge to me, right?
Yeah.
You dig down far enough, you're gonna get nasty, sloppy groundwater, but you're hitting water if you dig deep enough. Especially like right now in the rainy season, man. I went to plant a tree the other day. By the time I got deep enough to put the tree in, there was water pulling at the bottom of it. So it's. The groundwater right now. I mean, it is like right below my feet.
Well, aren't you pretty much like damn near at sea level?
Yeah. But that comes and goes, and in the rainy season, it's the water table's higher than in the drier season. Because the ground absorbs all that shit. But it kind of comes and goes. But the most it is, I believe, and true sea level, if you know what I'm saying, I want to say the average in this area is like 3 feet, and to build, you have to be like 6 or 8 feet. So the one thing you got to do here, if you're buying a house and it's going to be in code, is they have to build what they call a footer. So they have to dig a hole somewhere and take that ground and dump it and build up the pad so that they can build a house on top of it because the all the flood codes and stuff. So Yeah, it's low enough to the point where there's a law in place that you can't just build a house anywhere. It's got to be just so.
Hey, Random has a question for you, Bug Out. It says, Bug Out, how would you unfreeze water in barrels, let's say for water filtration?
It's are they metal or plastic is the question. Because if it's a metal barrel, there was a thing that I saw that a guy had, which was pretty cool. It was a stack, and it was made out of sheet metal, and I think he soldered it together. It might have been welded, but imagine baffles inside of a long rectangle, right? And that rectangle was probably about the width of your hand. It was about as deep, not quite as deep as your hand, maybe about 3/4 of that. So we're talking, let's call it 5 by 3, okay? And then it was at least 2 feet tall, maybe 2.5 feet tall, and there were baffles in it that didn't go across. It didn't cap the thing, but it was like one would be on the left, one would be on the right. So the air that was coming up through it had to go in the serpentine pattern to go through it. And the guy would burn 2 little things of charcoal at the bottom. And those 2 little bricks of charcoal, as they smoldered off, would make that thing hot. And you could put it next to anything and make it warm. You could just burn it. You could just burn it in the room as like a space heater. If it was plastic, it might get too hot. But if there was frozen water on the other side, maybe it wouldn't. You know what I mean?
She's saying plastic.
Right. And so you wouldn't want it to touch the barrel itself. But if you had 2 or 3 barrels and you had one of those in the middle and you kept that thing going, it just might keep it warm enough that it didn't freeze if it was indoors. I don't know if it's outdoors, I don't know. But that's a whole different ball game. But man, if you had one of those, or the ones that you can make with the tea light candles with the flower pots, have you ever seen that one?
Oh yeah.
Where there's like 4 different flower pots that are arranged, and you put a tea candle under it. The heat goes in the smaller one, and then it goes out and fills the next one and the next one. And by the time the heat gets out of that flower pot, it's radiating a bunch of heat. That one little tea light, those flower pots will capture all the heat. If you had one of those sitting next to maybe one of each, actually, man, you could probably keep all the ice out of the water. But if it's outside and it's exposed to the wind and what's that called? Sleet. Yeah, that's the word. It's been a little while since I had to deal with snow. But yeah, that'd be better than nothing. Or check this out. Do you have a fireplace? And if you do, if you kept your water barrels on the other side of the wall that your fireplace is on, the ambient heat that it would create would help that process also. If it was outside, it probably wouldn't be enough, but it would be enough that if you tried to warm the stuff, it already would have a head start,
Oh man, so you lost signal. No worries, Mayhem. Well,
there's got to be smarter ways. Solar, if you boxed it, if you put a box around it with plexiglass or glass, it would be an oven. You can actually just solar heat it,
See, that's one thing that would be nice would be to do like a roof tubing system. Because then, dude, if you did that with, 2-inch piping, and you did that on your roof line, that could actually give you hot water all the time.
Could.
Because
I know they have the one trick that does work is the box with the glass top and the coiled hose, and you fill the hose with water. And when it sits in that box, when the sun's hitting it, it'll warm that hose up. But that's only X amount of water. That's not enough. You couldn't take a shower with that much water. I mean, you could if you really sparingly with the water. But I mean, Not like how I take a shower in the morning when I'm just sitting there under the hot water getting my thoughts together, you know, and it'd be over before it started, you know.
I gotta say, and it's just like camping. I hate camper showers. I just soon take a shower outside. I'm an outside person. Matter of fact, actually, we bought the house behind us a long time ago, and when I was redoing the bathroom in it, we actually, because we both worked while I was redoing the bathroom, and we're actually on the outside of the bathroom wall and the window, I built a shelf on the inside of the window, and that's where we put our shampoo and the soap. And then on the outside, I had a little shower stall thing built with some pallets as the floor, and that's what we'd do. And so during winter, let me tell you. But it's kind of fun though. You go get in that hot shower, and you're just like, oh yeah. And then you come walking from that to the door without a care in the world, while steam is just coming off of you.
Yeah, I had a friend that had a hot tub, and it'd be the middle of winter, man. There'd be 6 inches of snow everywhere, and he'd be sitting in the hot tub, and you'd get out, and it'd be that mad dash to the sliding glass door, you know.
Before the warmth wears off. Grumpy says to use glycerin in the tubes and run through your water supply to heat it up.
That's pretty smart. Yeah, I want to start. I keep telling my son to buy a little wire welder, you know, get a little MIG going, because I'd love to make those little charcoal heaters. Those things. Ever since I saw one, I was like, man, I have to have one of these, you know. And I looked at it, I was like, I know I can make one of these, you know. I know I got what it takes. But and I bet with the heat that comes out of it, it's probably low temp enough that you could probably solder it if you didn't have a welder. But I mean, I'd rather do it right, you know.
Oh, I got you, Anti. Thank you for the heads up. And yeah, you could say I finally just threw in the towel. Anti was a reminder. I was trying to make sure I didn't do anything in particular. And but here lately, I just finally threw in the towel and said, whatever, if it's seen. But I appreciate the heads up. I do. And I'm not highlighting it just so it doesn't. If you know, you know, is all I can say. Yeah, I do enjoy the tablet because then I don't have to have the headphones on. So, let's see. I do think it's been 5 hours, and you probably ought to get you some rest. Or did I already lose you?
Who are you talking to me?
There you are. Yeah.
I was reading the chat. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this phone is like hot to the touch now, man. I probably should hop off before it starts acting weird on me.
That might be why I blipped a while ago. You lost your image too. All it's got is the white circle now.
Oh, really? I still have it on my end.
Oh, yeah. Which actually, I'm down to 17% on this tablet. So, yeah.
Right. Well, maybe it's a good time.
There you go. All right, brother. Well, hell, man, it was good to hear from you. I kind of wonder how the weekend went.
You know, it's always something, man. Like, I'm going to meet with a guy here soon. He's going to look at replacing an AC. Speak of the devil, replacing the AC in one of these buildings that we have, and I'm going to see if the same guy can do another one too while he's at it. Because I have 2 ACs now, and it's looking like with that barn project, we're going to need a bigger one anyway. So, yeah, you know, that'll be later. So I still got one thing on the books here today, you know, and then after that, it's getting ready for work tomorrow, I guess.
There you go. Yep. Get ready to do it all over again.
Yeah, I know. I love my job when I'm not there, and then every day I have to go back. I'm like, oh God! But then I have so many days off that I'm like, loving it, you know. But hey, it is what it is.
That's it. Well, cool, brother. Well, don't work too hard. And
Yeah.
I'll shoot you an invite next live I do.
Yeah, sounds great, man. All right, I'll
Yeah,
talk to you later. Yeah, thanks
Later,
everybody.
man.
Later.
Later. Let's see. Kiss off chicken noodle soup. Yep, that's it. Little soup time action. Well, hey, I appreciate y'all hanging out. I got half of the ramp done. I kind of chickened out on the other half. I'll have to take a break. I'll come back to it. Plan it tomorrow or the next day. I might. I don't know. Let's see. I just tell you one day at a time. That's it. But I appreciate y'all. Much love. Smile. Help somebody else smile. And focus on local. Focus on the local. It's what's around you. So I appreciate y'all. Y'all take care and have a great day. Peace.